Okay. All right, good afternoon and welcome back from recess. It is a little bit after 1:09. Today, I want to start off a little out of order. Where's Fred? Want to hit the podium for us? So Fred has a request. We can't actually vote on this today, but is more asking if we will give our consensus or blessing for this request.
So I have a position that's due to be voted on at the council meeting at the end of the month. In order to hire somebody, it has to go from the current letter code to the other one. It's a typical transfer. I don't want to hire the person and give them a start date the first week of October if I don't have consensus that's going to be okay at the council meeting. That's basically it.
What are we transferring? Say it again.
It's just a backfilling of a position.
Backfilling a position, but I don't want to offer her the job unless I'm reasonably assured that the transfer is going to go through like it should in September, so at the end of the month.
It's a straight transfer from
Correct.
outgoing position.
Yep.
I for one would have no problem. I would support that.
I support it as well.
Yes,
I support it.
I support it.
Thank you.
All right, there you go. All right, and then next up, I'd like the auditor's office. I think Ed has some numbers for us that we can start to work off of today. They're a little bit different than what we were coming up on Friday. I will say that Tanya and I stuck around for about another 2 hours, it felt like, at least, right? After our meeting on Friday, just to confirm that our numbers were matching up. There are a few questions, so those will probably come up today. We can make sure we get those numbers solidified.
Yeah, a couple questions on things. Then Nancy and I actually made a really, really small another give back.
Okay.
I guess you could say. It's like $203.
Cool. And we're done.
Everything adds up.
It's out of list.
Oh, okay. Well, hey, that's helpful because we still got some movement we've got to do there. So that's good.
So, with that, I'll just go ahead and give you that total. The 2023, as far as what we were calling give backs, what we're gonna reduce on this year's expenditures.
And you said this is in lit?
This is gonna be this is the grand total.
Oh, okay.
Like 2023 amount.
Sure.
Because you and I had an amount and I've added like $203 to it.
Where did
So-
you add those so we can make sure that our spreadsheets match?
Okay,
If that's okay.
that is under lit, public safety, sheriff, so 1170, 129, 67.
Okay.
And it's FICA line 171.
All right.
So what you guys are doing yours a little bit different,
Yeah.
because you're working off 2023, where I'm still working off 2024, because I have to go off my request and go down from there. So my requested amount was 4,305, which is gonna go back to the 2023 figure of 4,086, and that's gonna be for 2024. However, she said for this year you sure you wanna do that for this year, Nancy? I said 203, it's $219. Did you want to give that back? Because you had it based on 4,086 for 2023. That I did not. 8, don't we have 3 pays in November?
No, we just
Yeah.
have 3 pays.
Okay. Will be taken out of here, subtract this week's pay as well? So we got, what are we looking at, 2, 4, 6, 8 pays? Including today? Yesterday, I mean. It won't have yesterday's?
Nope, I haven't queued it, I
Okay,
haven't looked in.
Gotcha. So 2 in September, October, November, December, that'd be 8
Twelve
pays.
57,
Good on your count. Right.
Okay.
Okay, never
Okay.
mind, scratch
Cool.
that.
You can still give it back at the end of the year if she has it.
So that takes us back to the number that Jessica and I ended up with of 136. 2023 give back.
137,
179. And we'll take away what I say, 219.
Yes.
Takes us back to 136,960.
And I emailed Matt my spreadsheet, so he's got all of that. I promised I'd take notes, so I did.
So what we are looking at, hang on, my computer went out on me. We have the 136,960, and then we have reduced county general by 3,991,212. That's a total of 4,128,391. And if you went with our very bottom total on the original sheet that we all started with here, that we had made up, the grand total reduction was an amount of 6,730,379. If we subtract the 4,128,391, that leaves us at 2,601,988. And I will say I'm this close to CNAB amounts. Had we done this tomorrow, I'd probably have them.
Okay,
I'm waiting on one thing that I need to fill in step 5. I'm waiting on one thing. And
okay,
I've got my step 5 all done except for this one, and I'm waiting on that.
okay,
And then once I get that, all those steps in, which I have them all done except for this one thing, then Ed can submit
okay,
into the gateway system, and we will have through CNAP,
okay.
okay? So,
Certified net assessed value.
On,
All right,
what was the, I got a different amount, what was the amount we needed to cut off the 04 budget originally? 6,000,000,
730,379. Now, normally, I did say this at the end, on the very first day, I told you, it is normal to go in 200,000 over on
Yes.
your next levy. So if you subtracted 200,000 from that, you'd be looking at 6,530,379.
730, 37,530.
So if you take 6,530,379 minus the 4,128,391, then it's 2,401,988.
so what's the grant, like, what's the number we're trying to hit here? We want,
That was based on taking the 2024 budget amount, like the estimated budget.
mhm,
We
Original,
originally, on the paper that we figured up, after we accounted for
the
everything,
county general only,
was 34,901,696. And if you
okay, there we go.
add 200,000 to it, it'd be 35,101,696.
say that again,
So where it says the estimated 2024 budget,
yeah.
take that and add 200,000 to it, and that's the number, that's our magic number. That's 35,101,696. Magic number.
On lit public safety, Are you guys ready for that, or you want me to wait?
Hold on just a second. I wanna update my, one. Oof, okay. Yeah, lit,
The extra sheet of paper I gave y'all for lit,
grab it.
we're looking at it was a grand total of 1,020,925. And then, the council had previously reduced 300,000, so after that 300,000, it was 729.25. But starting with the 1,020,925, from that, we have reduced that by $817,284. Leaves 203,641.
We have to cut.
Mm-hmm.
Take it 203,
203,641.
why does that start with the million?
The reason why is in your book, you'll see it, that the council, under 117157, which is just a few pages further.
That was
than
the
where
one we
we're
had to
at.
reduce to actually publicize it because it would have been in the red at that number.
Mhm. Originally, the request was 1.4 million, and then prior to advertising, we reduced it by 300,000, because had we went in with the 1.4 plus the other lit public safety, amounts, it was putting us in the red as far as advertisement goes. Didn't want to do that, so that was reduced by 300,000 prior to advertising. So I was just showing that on your paper, that had already been done prior to coming here and showing it to all of you on the first day on September 6th.
So what we advertised was 729.25 over the revenue,
Yes,
and we
Yes.
reduced it by 817,284.
but the 817,284 is the grand total from the 1020. That includes,
That includes the
300,000,
300,000,
that's
okay,
correct.
thank you.
yes. So we're getting close on that.
And what, you said, on general fund, they recommend going in 200,000 over,
Next levy.
but on lit, they wanted, there's no room there,
Well, lit is what you get, like, they've already sent the amounts on paper,
right?
stating what our county is going to receive. So the amounts on that paper are the amounts that I receive, where it says actual.
I have some more questions, or?
Yeah, keep
I wanna-
going. It's fine. That's what we're here for.
I want to go back to your, budget sheet, the one pager. Where you had the amount needed to be cut was the 6 million and change.
Okay,
So there's an entry there for Form 4B, line 14, budget year end revenues. 35,406,650. That is the projected revenue for 2024.
that comes off my Form 4B.
What is included in that? Is that, I mean, that's property tax,
Yes, did I give you I showed you the revenue, yes, you have it, the printout, let me get out mine so I can talk
okay.
and make sense.
The budget form 2,
That is it's easier for me to look
Okay.
at. So when you're accounting for revenues, you not only have all your Form 2s from all your departments that are collecting revenue on a monthly, yearly basis, but we also have like the money that we get from state for, say, casino and riverboat. FIT, that means financial institution tax. CVET, which is commercial vehicle excise tax. Lit, certified shares goes into general, so it's not this public safety, but it's a different lit. That is accounted for. And as far as, like I said, all the departments, then we have like, miscellaneous revenues. I have a separate sheet of paper where I have to like figure up everyone that is a R414. I have to take it because they all have different R codes. So I have to add all those together for the county general ones, and that's a grand total of all the departments that fall into that category.
Okay, so on the budget form 2, for January 1, December 31, 2024, those miscellaneous revenues are 15,096,141.
Oh, you're on general? Okay. I'm sorry, where are you at?
Middle of page 1 of budget form 2,
Okay,
where it says general, the total of all those miscellaneous items, like you just described, 15,096,141.
that's what it's projecting for January through December of 2024.
And that does not include property tax collections, is that correct?
Because that shows on my four. So that's correct, because my 4B includes the property tax levy, the property tax caps, the miscellaneous, all added together to come back to the 35,406,615.
Okay, so what is the property tax? Those first two numbers you said.
Okay. 27, 104, 186.
Okay, that's the property tax, that's the max levy,
That's the tax levy.
tax levy.
Then property tax cap impact is 6,793,712. Miscellaneous,
So you subtract that from the 27,
cap is a loss.
right?
So your miscellaneous revenue, which comes from that January through December amount
Right,
of 15,096,141. Brings you back to the 35,406,615.
now, how does that compare with 2023? Our general fund revenue for next year is gonna be 35,400,000.
Okay. 2023, do you want the breakdown or the total?
Just the total, please.
Okay. 34,590,387.
we'll have a little over 800,000 additional
That's correct.
dollars in revenue. But
Yes, and that's on your sheet, on this sheet right here, as the 835,461.
gotcha, okay.
Yes. But when you figure in the expenses of the 643,677, the budget request, I should say, then you can see where that is over the amount that's coming in. Then,
Okay, so we,
oh, sorry, go ahead.
well, okay, the 835,461, that's our
Mhm.
revenue, additional revenue we'll have. We can go 200,000 over the max levy, so we have
We're
basically,
still looking at the 835,461 with going over on the 200.
but we've already, through additional appropriations made this year, we've committed 641,461 of that.
That's correct. That's exactly
And in
right.
addition to that, then the state is mandating an additional 227,902.
Mm-hmm.
Actually, a little bit more than
The
that.
sheriff giving back his, well, not giving back, he reduced his 2024 amount by 11,603. That would actually bring your mandated costs down to 216,299.
But did we account for the, chief public defender in that number? Cause I don't know that we did. Cause that's state mandated as well.
No, I don't think we did.
I don't think we did either.
We did increased salaries based on probation officers,
Mm-hmm, yeah.
sheriff, and court administrator.
That's why I said that, cause I don't see that name on there, so we would need the difference between the sheriff's salary and
Okay,
public defender.
Which one is that?
Hold on, page 27.
7.
Chief Deputy?
Excuse me, page 27. So his increase by 7,735, so if you take sheriff's 11,603, but you add, and take 7,735 from it, the difference of 3,868 instead.
What was that number again?
3,868.
Okay.
So if we took the 227,902, we take out 3,868, we're at 224,034.
So with that, with the 640,000 of appropriations we made this year that will continue into next year.
Mhm.
In most cases, I think those were salaries. And the additional 224,034 in what the state is requiring, that takes up all our money.
Yeah.
So that's, I just want to have a clear understanding that basically there is no new money.
I mean, that's why I kind of worded it, it's like being maxed out on your credit debt ratio, you know, we have as much going out as we have coming in, you know, almost to the negatives.
So that helps me. I needed some conceptual guidance. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Yeah, it would be super helpful if this looked more like what you just described in a little bit cleaner way of,
We
you know what I
can do
mean?
that.
Breaking them down, spacing it out so we could actually see, that a little clearer at a glance. I mean, once you walk through it, it's all there, but it is hard to follow. For us, you know,
We can do that.
non-accountants, anyway.
Hey, the book is still an improvement.
Thank you.
But basically, we got the 641 plus the 224 is 87, it's almost 900,000.
So I guess anything we have approved over last year's budget, and we have approved several items, has to be matched with a reduction from last year somewhere else. dollar for dollar.
Essentially, yes. It would be really easy, we could just say we had adopt last year's budget again, and then, but then we'll have a mess next year, right? All right, so do we have any other questions? Oh, and then revenues, Mike Ashley gave us something from EMS with a $10 bill attached to it. And so that number can help, right? Cause what was that?
$42,991.88 for showers.
In October? Is that right? Yeah. Okay,
It'll be this year.
yeah. He added the $10 to round it up. And then public defender. Kelly, do we have money coming in, but we just don't know what that is from your office right now? Is that correct, or?
Correct, let me. At EMS, let's have that.
Yes.
Okay, so. Ed, can you read me the 42,000 amount again, please?
$42,991.88.
42,992.
Plus the $10.
I don't think we can receipt cash in from the pocket.
It costs a lot more to bring it in than most people.
That's fine.
What was the number?
Mike, you get $10 back.
What was the number?
42,992.
42,992.
Yeah, rounded up to 919.
And I did write down the public defender's amount, but what was that again, so I can put it on here?
Charlie's looking.
Oh, okay, because I had it.
It's gonna take me a minute to VPN into my mail, is not showing it for some reason.
You're fine. And were there any other findings or?
There is another one. Brad and I have been working together. He actually sent me a spreadsheet. We've been looking at the interest, and I'm gonna let Brad speak in reference to that, because we did find some additional revenue.
Okay, so yeah, we did, I sent some, spreadsheets from going back 2 years and then this current 2023 year of, interest revenue. I think we had $1 million for this year. We are actually, as of right now, looking at about 2.1 million. And so with next year having a 1.5 million, we're gonna probably more like be closer to 3.6 million. So a total, I'm sorry, a total of 4.7, I'm sorry, for the next 18 months. This last 6 months, July to December, and then all of next year, looks like it's 4.7 million. I think the current projection, like I said, was 1 million last year and 1.5 million for next year. So you look at that difference, extra additional revenue, is gonna be 2.2 million.
And I'm sorry, one more time, give me the breakdown.
Okay.
So this year will still be the same as far as projected.
Yes, and then
It'll
what,
be next
yeah,
year.
I kind of looked at the next 18 months, the rest of this year, and then the next year
altogether.
altogether was 4.7 million. Over the next 18 months. And then,
That's our balance.
The interest.
that's the interest.
Okay.
Yeah, that's just
Or,
interest.
that's what I meant.
Yeah, it's just interest.
Estimated revenue.
Estimated, yeah, it's gonna be estimated revenue.
Yeah, okay.
Obviously, we're a couple months already into that 18-month period, and we're at about 600,000 for those 2 months that we've already received, so, on interest. One of the things that I looked at was actually maximizing and trying to get more interest, take advantage of the high rates right now. Like we have, one of our accounts right now is at 4.6%, which is really good over, compared to last year at this time. But I do have a company, that Ed's worked with before, in previous, CRF Financial Group. They actually are the ones that started, the guy that runs this company, actually was involved in Trust Indiana, which is through the state treasurer's office. He pretty much is on top of whenever they change rates, moving them up. He is probably the first one to do this. Looking at past history from what he's done. Right now, well, as of 9/12, his daily yield rate is 5.4. So if I can look at maybe, obviously I have to contract with him, I have to have the council's blessing to do that. If we can move $5 million from 4.6 to 5.4, that's going to give us additional revenue. So, looking at all those things, just pretty much on a daily basis, seeing what's out there, what can I get the max for. Obviously, some of the money I have to leave, as we talked last week, or 2 weeks, whatever it was. Yeah, it was last week. About bank fees. Obviously, I have to leave some in locally, so we don't have those big bank fees. So it kind of offsets that. But, I could look, and I'm, obviously, if I can get the blessing, I would probably change at least 5 million of what our portfolio is into the 5.4%. So, I mean, you look at 0.8% over next year on $5 million, that's $400,000 difference.
So does all the investment income go into general fund? Or if you're investing highway department funds, does that stay with them?
So basically in that portfolio, that money, the interest would then, it could go to general fund.
It's set up right now that it currently goes to general.
general
I know
fund.
that because I used to do the bookkeeping
Yeah,
part
she's-
in the treasurer's office. So, when Mr. Craycraft was in office and the auditors and Mr. Carroll was treasurer, it did used to be like you're talking about years ago, but years ago, State Board of Accounts okayed it for counties to start putting all the interest in general. And that's what's been done now for several years. I don't know how many years it's been that we've been doing that, but it's been quite a
It's
while.
not prorated.
So it no longer is divvied up into different funds.
And I guess the key question
Except for-
is, how confident can we be as to interest rates for the next 16 months, I guess now?
From everything I've looked at, I know Ed and I've talked about it. I've talked with several of the different, I've talked with the state treasurer about it, talked to Trust Indiana about it, some of our local banks, that they're looking at another, probably at the end of this year, maybe beginning of next year, raising another 0.25%. And then, obviously, with an presidential election year, things don't go down. They're not gonna be dropping rates. They're pretty confident through 2024 that rates will stay where they're at, close to it. If it does, it might dip 0.25% from where it is right now, but more than likely it's gonna go up. And I'm pretty confident. That's why I'm looking at, I think we could easily hit over $3 million for 24.
And if we put that kind of a number in and submit it to the state, to the DLGF, as far as we know, they'll be comfortable with it.
Yeah, I would think so. Yeah.
because monthly, right now, he's getting a return of over $315,000 a month.
Well, I think when we had the initial figures, we knew we were being conservative. I didn't know what the expectation, whether we're expected to be conservative, or whether we can say this is our best estimate. Well, obviously, that's a big deal.
Yeah. And then, I mean, like I said, if we can get a higher interest rate, I will get it. But, you know, I have to have, you know, maybe next month, October, I need approval from council saying, yes, you can do that. To go ahead and switch some of the money and get a contract, obviously with CRF and move forward on that to where we can get maybe a little more. I mean, might as well take advantage of the higher rates while we got them, you know. 2 years ago, we were lucky to get 0.2% on a lot of our investment. Now we're getting 5. One of the ones that I've done this year is now at 5.39%.
I mean, it goes without saying, and I know this would be your position, but you can't chase the highest rate.
Right.
Run the possibility of risk. So you
Right,
don't
no, these are all
fly by night.
very low risk. We have, nothing is tied up, it's all liquid funds. So that's one thing that I make sure that everything if we needed money, we could go the next day and get that money. So nothing is tied up in CDs, none of it is in CDs, it's all in, liquid funds. So, and they're all guaranteed, quite a bit of it through Trust Indiana, as well as, United Fidelity is in a shadow account, what's considered a shadow account. They not only guarantee everything through the state, but it's also a double guarantee. So, and it doesn't cost us any extra, and that's the one we're getting 5.39% on. So,
Thank you for doing that.
all right. Any other questions?
Yeah, I mean, I have a question. Not for you, maybe, Brett.
Okay.
So how does that translate into what we have sitting here?
That would translate into having that much more in our budget
700,000.
accounted for. No, I think he said this would be
How do you do that?
he's talking an increase of 2.2 million.
Oh, an increase of 2.2.
Yes.
Right.
Where'd you get the
Because-
700?
So I think we need.
Well,
to
I was
make a-
taking the 2.2, thinking that was the total number. No.
No, we started out with 3 million total, that I reduced it by 500,000.
Right, so it went down to
Trying
2.5.
to be conservative,
Yeah.
you
Is that
know,
in one of
and
these?
so
Is
that's
that-
on your
Revenue sheet, I remember seeing it.
revenue sheet,
Is it
line, R902, under general,
Okay, thank you.
okay? So I did the million that he was estimating for July through December, and we did 1.5
Yes,
for next
1.5
year,
for next year.
trying to be conservative on the original 2 million that he was rejecting. So now he's saying that instead of 2.5, he's thinking in the next 18 months, based off what he's done thus far, for the total of the 18 months, 4.7.
So that's an
So
increase
that
of
is an
2.2.
increase of 2.2 million.
So what would our balance be at the end of next year hypothetically?
Well, if today I said, where was it? I got so many numbers all over the place.
We all do. It's
Balance of what?
what we have left to cut. Is that what you're asking?
balance.
Oh, that's what I was
Balance in
trying
our-
to look at.
Balance in the,
I'm not-
fund.
Well, that
I don't-
depends.
I don't-
We keep 6 million in it, right?
Well, that's the operating balance, yeah.
That's operating balance, but
This is separate.
to maintain its operating balance of 6 million, you'd have to cut an additional 400,000, I believe. So with
So-
additional 2.2 revenue and roughly 400,000, not counted as 42. I'm gonna have to go back and do some calculations, but I think it's roughly $400,000.
Mhm.
We started
Oh,
out
okay.
today more or less at 2,401,988, correct? He's at, he
260.
just took 2 million off that.
I mean, wipe out the 200,000, just be safe, I guess, and then
Yeah.
do even, 2 million.
So we still gotta cut 402,000 more or less.
So with the 42,000, it'd be 358,997.
Right.
do the whole 2.2.
What was that
Yeah,
number
if
again,
we
Bill?
do the entire 4.7, yes.
Including the 42,990. If that was two. It'd be
Brad, you're making us happy.
358,996.
Good.
That's
You like
right.
That's,
See that one more time, Bill?
if we can get more, I mean,
358,996.
I'm all about getting more. I mean, hey, who doesn't? It's gonna help the county. That's what we're after.
Is it 358,000?
996.
I'm sorry, which, are you using a full 2.2
Yes,
or two even? Okay.
Plus the 42,992.
Plus,
And then we still have an amount coming from Shelley.
are good?
I mean, yes.
Okay.
That's significantly
Okay.
good,
I'm good though.
right?
I'm
Like,
good. I'm good though. Yeah.
I
Thank you,
mean,
Brad.
yeah, that is.
Yes, not a
That is
problem.
a huge help,
Yeah.
Okay.
for sure. Thank you.
Are
Oh,
we,
it looks like Shelley's got some numbers.
I do believe his contract, though, would not have to be approved by the commissioners, the actual contract
The
itself.
contract would have to be.
Okay,
commissioned,
okay,
but
all right.
Council actually gives blessing.
Are we giving blessings? Should we give
Yeah.
blessings now? Blessings.
I have a question. Is there a risk associated with, budgeting to that max amount?
Based on the numbers I sit down with and review with Brad, that's still a conservative number.
it, hypothetically, I think Mr. Gantz, it could be that the interest rate would drop, and that would drop our 2 point. But he said that they've done a conservative estimate, so.
Tell me something good. Hit me, Shelley.
Shelley, so you stand up to Brad, you got all that lead.
Bill,
Matt, your point,
I'm,
your point, I mean,
the amount that
Oh, yeah.
we will be receiving for our second quarter request for reimbursement is 166,685. Probably about 5,000 of that will go back to our, supplemental funds. So I would say, if you want to say 160,000, that's pretty safe. And then my third quarter request for reimbursement, I'm trying to see, that's why I'm on my phone rudely, trying to see about how long it usually takes for the requests, the money to come in. So if you'll let me scroll through my phone, I will be able to tell you if we will still get our third quarter request for reimbursement yet this year.
Okay.
And have I already accounted for this money, though, in
Well,
what you've given me
it would have been turned in on my last year's revenue.
on your Form 2 for this year, right?
Right.
Okay. And what, do you know what you originally used?
For next year,
Yeah, for 2024?
I've got it right here in front of me.
Well, because when you turn that into me, it's got the July through December, estimated revenue. And so we would want to account for what I've already accounted for, if we're
You-
getting
you
more
would
than
want to-
that, great, but
you
we
would wanna know
need
the
to
difference.
subtract what I've already accounted for to see what the difference is, the increase amount.
The only thing we can change is with the difference, be plus or minus.
Right.
That makes sense. I mentioned I hate.
And my projections were based on the 4% raises and everything.
Well, I'm just looking at, I don't know, looking at your revenue portion of it.
Hand me the bag. I'm going in.
Bill, what were you gonna say earlier?
I just going to observe that local government's very limited in what they can invest in.
Oh, it should be coming.
The restrictions already built in are meant to ensure that there's
Oh, in June.
little if no risk.
Shelley, you
There's
can
still
come
an
up
interest
here.
rate risk.
I've got your
That's
paper
why,
here,
that was my source of my question. There's still interest rate risk.
here, just to look at it, and then you'll.
Yeah, it's regularly, we can't invest, in fact, we can't put money into banks that are now set up into a pool that's approved by the state.
I'm getting,
So,
I mean, it was just,
real our risk is
it was actually Ryan asking that question, so.
160,000.
It's really the interest rate
The
that's
reason why the
the-
next check.
the wild card, if there's such a thing.
160,000.
Right.
But I need to look and see if that will come yet this year.
Brad, can we project that, I think you've already projected, we'll do as well or better next year than this year, even as we're maybe possibly pulling money out, we're putting money in?
I mean, I guess, so you're saying if we pull money out,
Well, if we do
If
pull
we
some money out,
needed to?
we'll be putting money back in, right, when we get our draws.
right,
And this is for the
This is-
for the whole calendar year, so we're not gonna just bang, take everything out
right, no, and most of it, like, some of it's,
as it's dispersed
you know,
over
it's
12 months.
dispersed, like, there's like 13 different accounts that go into the portfolio. And so some of it's, ARP money, some of it's, longevity, I mean, it has several.
We won't have to physically take it out because we have an operating balance
Right,
of 6
you don't,
million.
yeah, that doesn't come out of that money.
Right.
That money stays
Yeah,
pretty much
I
in
mean, our operating balance
the
is high
fund.
enough that we're not gonna be drawing that money per se. We're just going against it if we needed, God forbid.
Right,
Right.
right.
Okay,
So like the interest, it could be pulled out, yes.
That I can follow.
Yeah.
There's other things in this specs on the,
Two, because like next year,
in terms of where we were with the numbers. I guess everyone's working with this 2401988, right, initially?
that's based on 4.
It's only,
The number we have left to cut according to Jill's numbers is 358,996
We have to cut from 2020.
I wouldn't have.
Three.
basically.
for current final, yeah. Well, no, that's
Last year, I think that sometimes it is 180.
that number,
It looks big to you, put that number line also, but it's pretty vague.
I think the highest I've
Right.
received.
because I'm just
Last
copying the
year's like
pivot and
180.
dropping it
Yeah,
over here
that's
so I
right
can
here. I
actually
got
do
it.
the
Yeah,
math.
that's the 3796.
Yeah,
Well, I was going off 36 million for next year.
I think that's pretty safe. Okay.
What are we
Well, that's
subtracting
enough,
that from?
so. Okay, so
That's, I guess, where I'm
on
lost.
public defender, we are not gonna add. We're
Okay,
not gonna add. We've accounted for the
Okay.
projected amounts that seem to be coming in. And like she said, she normally doesn't even get the fourth quarter payment until like February of next year. But nonetheless, she's accounted for hers on her Form 33, which is her revenue form, and I've already entered that. So it doesn't look like it's gonna be more than she projected.
At least
I have a question, Shelley. I think when you spoke in a previous day, you said something about, and for lack of a better term, office at home reimbursement by renting part of the Justice Center. Was that still an option or
Yes,
still?
we will be,
why don't you come to that microphone for us?
sorry,
I'm sorry,
I'm sorry.
you're fine.
I'm just trying to figure out when a payment might be made and how much, and if we can calculate it in.
I'm hoping that we can, third quarter ends September 30th. So I'm hoping that our reimbursement program through the State Public Defender Commission can be included on my third quarter request for reimbursement, which isn't even, it's actually due November 15th. So that would not be money that we'll be receiving yet this year. Because, I don't know, we may, see, that's what I was trying to see, how long it usually takes from the time I turn in my request for reimbursement to the time we actually get the check. And Becky and I always email when she gets the check, so that's what I was trying to find, emails between Becky and I. But like I said, before we get started, I cannot give you a good figure. I feel like whatever figure I give you, as far as how much that's gonna increase our income, I hate to say it, but I'm afraid I'd be off because we've not done the math. We've been in all the gathering stages of gathering all the right information. And like, we said, we've met with the director of the Public Defender Commission, and he says everything's good to go. I have to get a few more figures as far as utility expenses and everything, so we can parse that into our request for reimbursement. But, I hate to give you a figure since it's not been done yet. I mean, once we do it once, it'll probably be right around that amount every quarter, but I'm
Whatever
sorry
the-
to not be able to give that
Whatever
figure.
the figure is, though, it will be over and above what you turned in as your projected revenue for next year.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Just don't know what that is yet.
Not yet.
Okay.
I still need to get some, utility expenses, for how much electric and phone and those kind of things cost for the Justice Center, and then our portion of those bills. And they told us that they think that we can even get part of the mowing that they do out at the Justice Center, you know, our little percentage, our itty bitty percentage, but it's maintenance done to the whole facility. And like, if they have to re-roof, we will get reimbursed for a little portion of that roof and things like that. Anytime they do repairs, a major repair to the facility or maintenance that's costly, we can add that into our request for reimbursement.
All right, thank you.
And that will happen for the next 10 years. Once we get started, we can, it parses out over 10 years.
We currently do the same thing on the, family support group out there.
I was gonna ask, I thought you said some in our conversations, I couldn't remember who.
We get reimbursed for the facility and the maintenance and the operation of that facility also.
I have a question on what we just discussed with, each of the, back to the EMS amount, the 42,992.
Fred? Oh,
Now,
Not
is
Fred, no,
that-
that's
is-
Mike.
Mike, I'm sorry.
I'm looking at him. Was that above what you've already turned in? Yes, okay, just want to make sure.
We don't know what that's gonna be.
Okay, I kind of remember that conversation, but I just wanted to verify and make sure that this is like in addition to what I've already counted. Okay, perfect. Okay.
All right, anyone else have some new revenue they might want to share with us? No? All right.
A question in my mind, several departments have sort of voluntarily said, oh, here's some money I can give back, but have we really asked each department to go back over their 2023 budget, get the current fund totals and really see if there isn't more that could be given back? The more we can give back now, the less we would have to cut out of next year's budget.
I mean, the whole time during this budget process, if anyone finds monies, and I'm A-okay with reiterating that, if you all can find some pennies, a few thousand here, a few thousand there, that all starts to add up, towards what we have to reduce still.
But like's been said before, they run on a pretty tight budget.
A lot of departments do, that's
A lot of
true.
them run on a tight budget.
But if there's been some job openings that are open for an extended period of time, there's typically money there to give back and such, so if you find anything, we will gladly accept that. Do we have any other questions for the auditor's office right now?
So
Okay.
we're basically 402,000 we need to cut at this point, according to what Brad just told us.
Actually, the number that Bill gave us was 358,996.
And if we're gonna stay going in 200,000 over, which is the normal recommended, that brings it down to 158,996.
I'm not balancing to that 358 bill, but I'm probably missing something, so.
What number did you get, Matt?
Because you took that 136,960 give back and added that into the revenue also? Or was that already in that revenue
That
number?
was already in there.
That was already in there, okay, so
You know
that's
what? You
even
know what,
less.
though? I had that $219 in there. And we had to take that back out, right?
Yes.
Yes.
You're starting at the 35,101,696?
Um, I was looking at the amount cut. I'm looking at the grand.
I know, I'm just trying to balance with
Okay,
Bill.
so grand total cut, I had that $219 in there, so I gave you guys a grand total cut of the wrong amount by 219. So the true cut amount thus far is 128,172. I just noticed that, sorry.
Okay.
So if we take that 6,730,379, and we take away 4,128,172, that brings us back to 2,602,207. So that's
Of
the,
additional revenue?
No.
amount to cut.
Oh, to cut from,
So what Mr. Hughes was saying, originally, he was going off the 2,601,988. Sorry about that, I had that $219 in there. So if he's taken the 2,602,207 that needs cut, okay? And he's subtracting the, projected amount that Brad has given us, the treasurer has given us of 2.2. And he's subtracting that from that. Then, EMS is projecting an additional revenue of 42,992. So then that puts us. That's where he's getting his 300,000 amount. That's 359,215. Now, if we're still gonna go in 200 over,
Yes.
like I said, then that would bring that down to 159,215.
Oh, we're close.
I thought the public defenders had it, but unfortunately, we've
Bummer.
already accounted for that, so.
Shelley, dip your magic hat again.
Well, okay. That feels much better,
Yeah,
much better. Is everyone cool with that explanation and following along with those numbers?
so at this point, we gotta cut 160,
Essentially, yeah.
actually.
Eugene,
number.
Bill, that side of the table, we're all good?
Yep.
Great. All right. That feels a lot better. So, the next order of business is, I know Matt had a lot of questions for HR. And, so Pam has brought the, insurance representative, broker, correct?
Advisor,
Here
broker,
to
yes.
come speak to us about these increases and such, so,
I thank you very much, council, for letting me do this. It's Bill Sylvester, and he's our advisor or broker from Apex.
okay.
So he's going to kind of explain some of Matt's questions, and then we're going to open it up for any question you guys have.
Welcome.
thank you, and thank you, Pam. Yeah, Matt had a lot of questions. And I think we can cut through that and simplify some things. So, I've been your broker. Apex has been your broker since 2015. So, my partner, Shauna Schwegman, and I have 18 county clients. So I'm in budget hearings a lot, and Matt raised some good questions. And, you know, sometimes it's good to come before you so you understand why the budget is where it's at, what exactly you're doing and what exactly we're doing to help cut costs and so on and so forth. So, when I want to preface this by saying, when I say we, I mean the commissioners, Shannon, James, and Sherry, and I'll even say, Rick Spangler, who brought this program in, with us in 2015, and Pam and Angela Overman from Apex, I think really do a good job in staying on top of this. John Brook has also been involved with this as well. But, so when I say we, it's not Apex, it's your commissioner team and your HR team. I want to address this in a way that kind of addresses some of Matt's questions too. So, like, I think our job as your broker is to continue to find ways to cut costs and continue to maintain or improve the benefits for your employees. your fixed cost, your admin, your stop loss, your organ transplant policy is about 20% of your costs, and that's not going away. Your variable costs, your claims costs are about 80% of your spend, and that's both medical and RX. That's what we try to address when we try to cut your costs. So on the medical side, which should be about 80% of your claim spend, on the medical side, you are paying Medicare plus 20% built into that. So you are paying, no one else pays Medicare plus 20. No commercial insurance pays it, no ACA plan pays it. You are paying Medicare rates that the government determines and adding a 20% profit margin built in. Hospitals don't like that. They haven't agreed to that. It's less than they want to get paid, and that's why members have, some members have some problems with this. But in the end, it saves you money.
How is that possible?
How's that possible? How's what possible?
How is it Medicare plus 20%? What's the typical commercial? It's Medicare plus something.
Well, it's in Indiana and I don't want to attack the hospital that's here in town, but they're some of the high. Well, I mean, I'm in this business. I don't want to do that. You have some of the highest costs in the country right here in Muncie, and in the state of Indiana. So I've got a page that'll point that out in the back of this. So Medicare plus 20, when you move to this program, that's kind of the baseline for what's going to happen to your budget and what's going to happen to your cost, right? So the claims are going to vary from year to year, but your Medicare plus 20, as long as you stay in this plan, your Medicare plus 20 remains a constant, okay? If you choose to leave this plan, all of those things that you said Purdue's doing, narrow network, tier 1, tier 2, tier 3, they come into play, because leaving Medicare plus 20 means your costs are going up. It's a matter of how much and how creative can you be for them not to go up exponentially, right?
But when you're in this Medicare plus 20, you're locked into one line, basically. That cost line is
That
static.
cost line is consistent.
Consistent, better, yeah.
Right. So then within that, things that you kind of alluded to that Purdue's doing, whatever, to help cut your costs again are something called cost shifting. So you can put in a second plan. You already have a high deductible plan, a $4,000 deductible plan, right? You can put in a higher deductible plan that shifts more cost onto members and away from the county. Not a lot, but a little bit, depends on how high you want that deductible to be. You can shift the cost by changing the
90-10.
the 90-10 co-insurance. So the things that we're looking at now are things that would make insurance better, because if you can't really add another higher deductible plan to what you already have in place. So any secondary plan added on to this would possibly increase your costs. And we've modeled that out, and we're continuing to model that out for the commissioners as we go through this process. So if you look at addressing the Purdue and the 1%, if you look on the left-hand side of your folder there, this is a copy of, this is like your utilization report, the top 20 providers that the county is currently using. The top one, IU, and
This is ours.
this is yours, right? 29% of your, 29% of the time, people are going to this particular facility. Your net savings, that second line in from the right, your net savings off of those charges are 68.3%. So there is no network in existence that's gonna pay them less than you are paying them, right? Narrow network isn't even an option for you, because there really isn't any other network that you can steer everybody to in a tier 1 and still save money in a tier 2. Does that make sense to you, Matt?
Yeah, I think so.
you know, so your answers are Anthem or United Healthcare, who have the biggest discounts throughout the country and the state of Indiana. So looking at the second page is what I was alluding to when you said, what percent over Medicare. There's a lot of information on this page, but about 3/4 of the way down, the costs at this particular hospital are 65% higher than the national average, 47% higher outpatient, 65% inpatient. So the costs here are extremely high. You're taking advantage of that or beating the system by paying them Medicare plus 20, right? A certain percentage of the time, they'll balance bill your members. But all of that to me is interesting reading if you go through it, and we didn't do it, but one of our other clients gave it to us that has the same problem with the hospital systems. Behind that page, if you look at, we did a little trend analysis ourselves for you. So behind that page on the left-hand side,
Show me the sheet, because I took it out of the folder. Yeah.
it's not pretty, it's just something we kind of put together. Your health plan trends since 2015. While Purdue it's still really good at 1% increase since 2015 or 16, you are at a minus 6.25% trend since 2015. The year you left a traditional plan in 2015, you were spending over $6 million a year on health insurance. This plan, your renewal, as I remember, and I tell this story often, your renewal was gonna be $6.6 million. So that's when the commissioners and Rick and Pam really decided to go to this plan and cut the cost the next year to $4.8 million, right? And that includes a certain percentage that is run out from the prior year. The first full year with this program in 2017, you're at $4 million. The year after that, 3.6, almost $3.7 million, and then 4.1. So when you get into this Medicare plus 20, when you're locked into that, your claims are gonna vary based on, you know, you have more sick people, you have some high cost claims in there, some accidents, some cancers, so they will vary due to that, but all in all, it's been about, on average, about a minus 6.25 trend. On the second page of this, a more accurate description of your trend would be based on your per employee per month cost, which our actuary put some numbers together on that. So your actual trend based on your membership and the number of employees you have on the plan, your trend is minus 4.69%. So that's probably a more realistic look at your trend.
Sorry, so I understand that, so you're standardizing based on our fluctuation of employees and
Correct.
such. But what is this dollar amount in the second column? Is that average, is that an average per employee spend, or?
What did I just do with that? What did I just do with that? That is, man, I don't know.
6,664.
That is, I'm not sure what he did there. Average rate check. I'm not sure what he did there. I can only speak to that first column.
Okay.
I just copied and pasted what our actuary put down.
Okay.
So the first column there is
That's
your,
probably, I mean, that's maybe an estimate of annual cost, but that maybe
I'll get back with you. I'll email you. I don't know what that is.
Okay.
The first column is your per employee per month cost.
Okay.
So that's medical. Medicare plus 20 is what you're doing. On the pharmacy side, on the pharmacy side, we're kind of doing this same thing that Utah and Purdue is doing. You've also carved out the specialty meds. You also have Delameds where you take advantage of some medications from Canada. We've added patient advocacy programs or PAP programs to help members use programs that cut pharmacy costs or even get free meds for people if they qualify. We've added language that requires drugs that run through the hospital to run through your pharmacy benefit manager if possible. If it's less costly to do that, then they have to do that. And a lot of times pharmacies, or I'm sorry, hospitals play the game where if they can charge you more for medicine through that hospital, than charging you through the pharmacy benefit manager, they will charge you the higher amount. So we try to put language in the contract that makes them, when possible, run those meds through the PBM program. In 2022, these specialty med programs saved Delaware County over $242,000. And in the first half of 2023, these programs have saved you about $120,000. And it's kind of a cat and mouse game with hospitals and drug companies, and we have a pharmacy consulting firm that we work with, that we actually own, with about 5 different pharmacists whose jobs used to be to put language in these contracts that benefit hospitals or care providers and drug companies, and now they're working for the other side, us, and we're trying to put language in that benefits our clients. So when I say it's kind of a cat and mouse thing, these specialty programs, when you carve out the pharmacy, they're kind of drying up now. So you carve out the specialty meds that are really expensive, and you say we don't cover them on our plan. People go to try to find what do you call them, coupons or financial assistance programs through the drug companies, and the drug companies are kind of catching on to that, and they're saying, if you have any commercial insurance, you're not eligible for this. So our answer to that is we are negotiating better pass-through rebates, better discounts on all of the different categories of drugs, and putting more definitive language in these contracts. And I'm getting off course here, but it's trying to stay one step ahead of these pretty smart drug companies and pretty smart hospitals. While Purdue has an on-site clinic, you have a shared clinic through IU Health that has pretty good utilization. It's probably a better arrangement than an on-site clinic because yours is open after hours. I'm not the most familiar person with that, and we inherited that. It's open after hours, and it can also be used as a urgent care facility. So at a much less rate than a normal urgent care facility would be. The wellness programs, incentivizing wellness and that kind of thing, with the commissioners, we've brought up suggestions. We've talked about that a lot. Some of the things we just haven't implemented. And part of it is the savings are so good with this Medicare Plus 20 program. It's already hard enough on some members as it is to do that it's like, okay, we're doing some really good things here. Maybe we could do some things a little bit better and have them jump through some more hoops. But it's been running pretty well. The other thing we do at Apex, people say the claims are the claims are the claims. Well, the claims aren't really the claims. So there are some things you can do if you are looking at the claims on a monthly basis, and we call it claim surveillance. Any claim over $10,000 a month, we have a pharmacist and a nurse looking at it. We give Pam and probably the commissioner's report with clinical notes on these, but example of what we're looking for. Somebody's getting a drug infused at a hospital, and we see that on a monthly basis, or quarterly basis, this is gonna be really expensive. If by looking at them, we can find a lesser way to pay for that drug, a lesser cost to have it infused, maybe even a more convenient home infusion service, that's better for the member and better cost for the county, we do things like that. So there's all kinds of little things, and I don't have great examples of how that's worked for you, but I know Angela would. I said earlier, we've done some things also to improve employee benefits. Your premiums have only increased, the employee premiums have only increased once since 2015, when you had a couple of tough years, and we passed some of that.
You're saying that employees are not paying $1 more since 2015?
One time we've increased it's not $1 more, it was more than that, but one time we've increased the employee contributions since 2015. Other than that, they've remained
So
flat.
we, from our revenue, our general fund, plus whatever the commissioners are throwing in, makes up that difference, I would assume, if there is a difference.
Yes. So a little bit more on that in a second here. We raised the life insurance from 20,000 to 50,000, which is pretty generous, so the employer paid life insurance. One year, we raised the deductible by $1,000, on all members, but the following year, we put in an HRA on top of that, that is still less expensive than the lower deductible was, but, the county picks up, the difference between the old deductible and the newer deductible with an HRA. We put in an automatic Ben admin system that allows for better plan administration, easier. And we then put in some work site policies that are voluntary. And those premiums, some of those premiums help cover the cost and make that benefit admin system free to the county. So, questions?
So is the HRA a health reimbursement account? Okay. I'm used to HSA, like,
Yes.
I just wanted to confirm.
So budget time is kind of tough because you're a 1/1 renewal. We won't have firm renewal rates till the second half of this month. So it's always, we get all the reinsurance carriers want to wait until, August claims come in. And, August claims come in, and generally, August claims come in September 15th or a little bit after that. So we'll be able to firm rates up. I think, Pam probably told you that to look at a 10% increase. I think we're gonna be inside of that, but we don't know because we need one more month's worth of claims data to firm it up. But I think we give projections, and our projections at our meeting that we talked about them, kind of said maybe 10%, but we're hoping for better than that.
With all, sorry, Bill.
You said the second half of this month before the 29th, because that's our budget adoption day.
That's exactly what I was thinking. My exact thought.
Yeah, yes, we should have, yes. So,
Be expressed in a percentage of the existing, of this year's.
yes. So we'll know more, we just don't know it today.
Yeah, because I mean, this is the number we're really looking at, right? So in the commissioner's budget, it increased by $310,750, and we're looking for like 160 to cut somewhere. So if that percentage comes down a little bit lower than 10, that'll be a big help to us, so.
Yeah, do I want to go into, we're looking at everything?
Yeah,
Okay, so,
let them know.
yeah, there's people that don't like this plan, right? There are people that don't like this plan, and I think
Why don't they like it?
because they have.
People being employees?
Yes.
Or- Okay.
Because sometimes they have a potential to get balanced billed. Like, you don't have a network agreement, so people go to IU Health, and about 19% of the time, they could get balanced billed from IU Health. And they get that balance bill, they go in for a $50,000 procedure, we pay Medicare plus 20, they get a bill for $40,000, and it looks like I owe $40,000. Angela from our office comes up here every month to meet with people and say, no, you don't owe $40,000, you know what I mean? These folks could get sent, they can get sent to the collection agency. They can, I would say there have been people that have had their credit impaired and it's been immediately expunged. So in the time that you've been doing this, 22 people have actually had their credit impaired. But very quickly, it gets reversed and expunged, like.
Is that because of the delay in the negotiation with them and
No.
payment on it, or what?
It's like that could be an hour
But I mean,
conversation.
that's not unusual. I mean, I have commercial insurance. I had a huge thing this past year, my past 2 years. I get a balance bill initially that sometimes is not
Right.
correct, if insurance hasn't paid, whatever. That contact with IU has to be done.
Yeah.
By the patient, typically,
Uh,
as well as you guys.
With this plan, we do it.
You do it no matter what.
We do it, yes.
Well, then that does put the risk back on the employee, that that's going to happen.
We negotiate, we defend on behalf of the employee.
Okay. Okay.
So I'm just saying, without going into all of the details
Yeah, I
of this, it's hard, and it's hard on people, and it's hard on the employees, but it's very cost effective. So because there's some noise, the commissioners want to look at all the options, all traditional options. Anthem, United Healthcare, any type of narrow network or anything that could, give employees an opportunity to opt out of this. So then it becomes a matter of, okay, no matter what you do outside of Medicare plus 20, those costs are going up. So what do you do with those costs? Does the budget go up, or do you pass all of the additional costs onto the members, or do you split it somewhere down the middle? So we don't know, we don't have firm quotes on all of that, but that is something that we're looking at, and that's something that people have said, we're stuck with this plan for a long time, we don't have any choice. Well, we're looking to try to give people choices, but anything other than this, the cost goes up. What do you do with that?
In every other industry, we're all getting suckered, you know, I mean, we're all having to split the cost with employer-based healthcare. I mean, there's no,
And that's kind of
it's
why.
a racket. Don't get me wrong, I despise it. Part of the reason why I asked all these questions, because I cannot stand it in that capacity, but, I did a very deep comparison with Pam when I first was elected, and looked at the insurance and how it compares to what I would call a middle-of-the-road commercial plan, and, you know, it is, if you're not sick here, it's a great plan, saves you a ton of money. If you're not, you're gonna get bills, you're gonna have to be negotiated, you're putting your credit at risk, there's all kinds of other factors that come into play there. But the fact remains, we haven't also passed any of that on to the employees in 7, 8 years. So, you know, there's an offset, because times are continuing to be tight, and I think, so let me ask you this more broadly. For the 18 counties or whatever you said you service, comparatively speaking, are they all taking this Medicare plus 20, number one? Number two, what are they giving their employees in terms of?
I'm glad you asked.
Okay.
Look at the other side of the folder there. So this is kind of what.
What am I looking at?
Sorry, it's very
It's fine.
simple. I'm very simple. You know, you said medical trend for universities was about 6%. Medical trend in the state of Indiana, and for what we're seeing with the carriers in the state of Indiana, we put medical trend at about 9.6%. Our Apex client base that are self-funded, that are doing all these things that you're doing, is about a 0.51% increase over a 3-year period, right? Our county business, our public sector business, on average, is 2.4% decrease in that 3-year period, in each of those 3 years. So of the 18 county clients that we have, half of them are doing this program. And I suspect that that's why that trend is where it's at, because half of them are paying Medicare plus 20 with this program. Their members don't like it either, but it's very cost effective. And when you show another option that's got a 25, 30%, 40%, 50% increase over what they're currently paying, it's
Out of pocket per paycheck, because the out-of-pocket max, when you count the deductible and maxing, is not that different than traditional commercial insurance. Is that fair?
yours is not?
No, like, when the comparison I did, if you take the out-of-pocket max on a commercial plan, again, silver plan, you know, United Healthcare, silver plan, you compare it against the out-of-pocket max plus deductibles here, it's not that great of a savings necessarily overall. It wasn't, because I looked at it, because I was actively trying to reduce my insurance costs. And I don't have the numbers in front of me, but
You're talking about going to the exchange and getting a,
yeah, if I have a procedure in a year and I'm maxing out my commercial plan, out-of-pocket max, which is an 80-20 plan, or no, mine's a 75-25 plan.
what's the deductible?
For me and my wife, it's, I don't know, we don't have to get into it, but it was, I did spell it out. It's 65, deductible's $3,000. And my out-of-pocket max is 7,600. I pay 66.56 annually though. So, you know, again, you gotta take everything in totality. But again, we're splitting hairs necessarily with that. It's more so like, if 9 other counties are doing Medicare plus 20, Are they charging them, are they paying 90% of the cost?
Our county, I did the math, Pam gave us the sheet last week, and so I was just looking at the employee portion per month, and it's like employees are paying 8.5%. Is that what the other counties are doing too, or do they have higher employee contributions?
You're right in the middle. It's probably pretty similar. One of our counties, we tried to get them up to 20%, whereas 80-20. And from about 5 or 6 or 7% and tried to get them to 80-20. Well, costs keep going up, so that 20 is harder to get to, so most of them are probably right around there. And again,
And this isn't really just a 2024 discussion, it's a unsustainability over time discussion, because this is gonna continue to be a challenge, long-term, you know?
so, yeah, and that's why you're doing what you're doing, because it takes medical trend out of your costs. It takes the cost of medical goods and services going up 6, 8, 10, 12% every year out of the equation, and your rates are based on Medicare reimbursement rates, plus a little bit built into that. And those rates don't go up at that 10% rate every year. Medical costs, hospital charges do.
Do we know what a 2% change or a 1 or 2% change to, the employee cost would actually get us?
Yeah, well, if you do a 10%, hold on. So with the 23 numbers, right now, like just an employee, they're paying 63.76 per month. You increase that from an 8.5% contribution to a 10% contribution, it makes it 75.18.
We don't know how many people, I mean, we'd have to do.
No, and Pam, do you happen to know, like, how many of the folks that are taking the insurance fall into each of these buckets, like of employee, employee spouse, employee child, and family? Do you happen to,
But I don't have it with me.
I've got it with me.
You do.
you do have that?
Yeah.
Look at this, rock stars.
So, oh, you know what?
Yeah.
I don't.
Yes, you do.
You, right there,
Do you have them broken out in 4 tiers or just 2?
Just the two. Well, no, I haven't broke out.
Yeah,
Yours.
4. I don't have the 4 tiers. I can tell you of that 219 of the 417 are individuals. The rest are either employee and spouse, employee and children. So 198 of them are employee spouse, employee child, or family.
What was the number in employee only?
219,
You said there's 417?
yes.
I do have the 4 tier, but I don't have
Okay.
it with me.
That's fine,
About half.
yeah.
And counties are all over the lot. Some counties don't charge anything for employees, and then the family rates are much higher. So therefore, nobody's on them. They're on Medicare or the Medicaid or something with the kids, and then, or they're on their wife's plan or
Well,
something.
Matt and I are like data analysts, so we start digging into things and nerd out with numbers, so I appreciate all this, and I was looking at the plan I have with my full-time employer, and this plan, I would never do it, but if I were to switch to the county insurance, it would save me like $2,000, so this is a very, very extremely affordable, plan in place. But I do have questions, I mean, if we haven't raised the employee portion since 2015, that's something we might want to discuss.
You're looking at it.
I mean, mine goes up every year. I'm sure Matt's, anyone else who's on, yeah. I mean, it's pretty common that our contribution goes up in our workplace, but I know government's different and but we
It
just
is
have a very
different. And I
small
think
budget
what
to work
the
with.
people in here, or in our county government, is they want what they get in their final paycheck.
Mm-hmm.
So we've tried to, year after year, not make them see them, I mean,
Right,
it's just hard when you're walking down
yeah, I get
the
it.
halls and they're saying things to you. But I did want to touch on the part as far as the, getting dinged and, our credit and that type of thing. If people, when they get a bill, get a balance bill in the mail, instead of throwing it on their counter, would call us, we would tell them what to do, we will even do it for them. We will, my girls are trained that we send them into ELAP, this is where they get analyzed. So a lot of it is, they're just not doing their part. And they're used to Anthem. When I first came here, when I first came here, we had Anthem, and it was a lot easier. You go in and you pay your 20 and 40, we know, don't we, Tanya? And it was a lot easier. But this is different. But it's taken more time from the, employees to do their own work. And if they don't understand it, we do it for them. And we can read what their copay is, or what they're gonna have to pay. We can read all that for them, but they just don't. A lot of them throw them in, and then Angela comes once a month and they bring in a grocery sack full of bills for her to go through. So the help's out there for them. So that's what I just wanted to say about our office. The help is there, and we're trying to do everything we can so they don't get dinged. And like he said, I don't know if he said, I think that's high. I know your facts are 21 people that has gotten,
Oh, yeah.
yeah, something like that. But we don't have anyone out there that has,
How many people in this room use county insurance? Use
We'll pay for it.
either.
This is an overview question, and it's probably not a very bright question, but, so if our healthcare spending trends are down, overall 6.25%, why a 10% increase, or 9%, whatever it turns out to be?
Good question. Because, we do a projection, and one of the things that our actuarial team looks at is, okay, we count on your admin costs going up 2 to 2.4% a year. We count on your stop loss or your reinsurance going up to 15% because costs are going up, right? We count on, there's PCORI fees that go up, there's some other things that go up, and we go back and we weigh the last 2 years worth of claims, okay? On the very conservative side, but pretty accurate, we give a projection before the final numbers come in, and it's always a little bit on the high side, because if you come in on the low side and then come in high later, so on the we try to give what we think the outside number's gonna be. And this year, that number was about 10-11%, but I can tell you we have better numbers than that right now, but they're not firmed up. All of a sudden, you've got 2 large claimants that come in, and they're gonna be ongoing, then those rates can go up, or there will be people that will be lasered out at a higher spec deductible amount, so.
Is that stop loss, we use the same figure year after year, or does that get adjusted?
It gets adjusted. It's adjusted, it's like your car insurance deductible. When you're self-funded, there's a deductible amount on each individual. I think yours is $200,000 the county's on the hook for. After that, the reinsurance kicks in. If you have car insurance, $500 deductible, $1,000 deductible, you have to pay before your insurance kicks in. It's the same way with self-funding. You're on the hook up to a certain amount for each individual. And then the stop loss on your group as a whole, there's an umbrella or an aggregate stop loss number that, once that hits, reinsurance pays the remainder of that if you're a heavy hit.
That's good information, I appreciate it.
and when the budgets are due in July, every department head calls me, and that's when I call Bill and Angela to see, what their projections are, and we're just always try to be on the safe side, like Bill said, so we'd rather be on the safe side than come in later and say, hey, sorry, you didn't.
How
put
did
enough-"
last year's projection come into the actual number?
Last year we put it at 10, and what was it this year? They're asking me.
I'm an old man. We were,
How about exact final numbers, so that way we know
yeah,
wise whether we were long
where
or
did
short?
this come in compared to the project? Here's another thing that I was gonna get to. So when we have a renewal report, so when we get numbers, where's that? So when we get numbers, there's an expected amount that the stop loss carriers say, we think there's a 50% chance that you're gonna come in and this is gonna be your cost. Admin costs, reinsurance costs, organ transplant, and variable claims. Here's a 50% expected number you're gonna come in at. There's a maximum number that you're gonna come in at too. So we think you're gonna come somewhere in between that expected number and the maximum number. So we try to set that budget number somewhere in between the expected and the maximum number. So that there's a better than 50% chance you're under that. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
The variable costs are such a big thing. So most of the time, because you're Medicare plus 20, and they always overestimate this a little bit, the carriers do, you come in at expected or below that, right? So you're even coming in better than your budgeted amount most years. Very rarely have you come in over the expected amount, the 50-50 number. So because you're Medicare plus 20, you're coming in better than the stop loss carriers think they're gonna come in. So I don't know if that,
So are we building up a cash balance then?
well, I'm gonna get into this.
Go ahead.
So, so most counties have an insurance fund, and it's council approved, and it's a non-reverting health insurance fund, right? This is not what you want to go into now, but this is what you should be thinking about doing. A non-reverting health insurance fund where in a good year, you can build up a little bit of a reserve so that in a bad year, you can not have the budget set at a higher amount. You can offset that budget amount by a non-reverting fund, health fund, take that money out to balance out the budget from an
We earn
increase.
interest on that?
Huh?
We earn interest on that?
Yeah, I think so. Yes. You know, and it takes the volatility of this process out. You don't have to have final numbers. You can go and say, okay, we can offset this with the health fund. But I think what's happened, and people are telling me that this is happening, you come in under, you keep that money in the general budget,
General fund, yeah.
general fund, okay? So all of that excess stays in the general fund, and then you pick and choose, where to put that. Most counties, and what we recommend is putting it in a non-reverting fund and use that to help with your budgeting strategy, use that with your contribution strategy so that give them a raise, you're not offsetting that raise by a 5% increase in health insurance cost. When you get a 10% increase in health insurance, you offset that by taking it out of the reserve. Just keep the budget the same, no increase. Offset it with what you have in your
How many
non-reverting account.
skeptical was I look for?
No, I was, seeing what we were earning on our bank account that it sits in.
Okay, what's our balance right now on that? Commissioners fund?
4701, he's talking fund, he's talking like a non-reverting fund.
No, I know,
I was
but
talking bank account,
Eugene was
but-
asking like, where are we coming in for the year?
Oh, sorry.
They are interested in the, insurance
Health
fund.
insurance,
Health insurance
173.
fund.
173.
4701, Tanya.
Want to know where we're sitting now as far as balance.
$40,000.
That's on the 173 line, the commissioners?
Well, oh, you went to commissioners, no, I went to total cash, 'cause
It'd be line 173 on the commissioner.
$1,267,300.
Would you repeat that, please?
$1,267,300.
And that's as of,
Like a day, right now.
Yesterday, technically.
24 hours ago.
Yesterday. Close enough, we'll take it.
all right, well, I mean, at back of the napkin, we dropped 5% off that 310 and we've covered our difference, so, I mean,
Yeah, but I think the gentleman's not saying, he's talking maybe a percent or less,
Yeah,
so.
I mean, I would think, I mean, it seems to me that we, to Bill's point, that if we're not looking at something, some more like a long-term plan of a fund that we can earn a few bucks when we need to, or can, or can't, and we can actually just look at that line item exclusively, and, you know, because there's other health insurance lines in these,
different funds and
in
such, yeah.
different funds and whatever, I mean, we just take that equation out, put it into something that actually be managed independently. To me, that seems like a better long-term plan, number one.
I think we asked that question, aren't they in those other funds because they're reimbursable?
Well, and some of them are because they're paid out of that fund, right? So like in the lit, like they're paid out of lit, so their insurance comes out of lit too. But if you had one insurance line fund, that would streamline that, I would assume. Mm-hmm.
That's the money that the departments have to pay, or it comes like from their employees, their portions,
Mm.
right? Am I right, Becky?
Yeah.
In each one of the
So
funds.
we're looking
in
at
each
this
one of the
3
individual
point-
Funds, that's their portions out of their employees that have to go
On top
towards
of the
that.
3.481, or 3.4 million in the commissioner's component, correct?
Now, how you look at that? Because is this amount based on just the county's portion, and then the other departments are the employees' portions? Is that how we need to?
Sure, I'm not, I'm the church desk, so I'm not.
Oh,
We
Carrie's
probably
got a
wanna verify
comment.
that,
What's in
but
here.
I'm thinking that's how.
I think that on the highway side, like I have 580,000. That is, I don't think the employee's portion, that is the difference between
What the employee pays?
what the employer pays. So we take what the employer pays plus what the employee contributes. That comes out of my budget, because when I figure like, just say the family plan, $25,000 on the employee, the difference.
Yeah.
That's what I'm thinking.
Yours isn't in general.
No, it's not in general, but if you guys are talking about a county general amount, my 580,000 is added to that, correct?
If you're looking at the overall spend,
Yeah.
Yes.
Yes.
I mean, so again, we're just kicking the can down the road, you know, by
Right.
leaving it as is, and Bill, you did a great job, appreciate it. We've obviously killed this, you know, horse a few times already, so, but I mean, the long-term strategy needs to be something that we can actually have a full handle on, just from the dollar and cents perspective alone, let alone the negotiation on what is done, because if we say we wanna kick a 2% increase back to the employees, what's that actually do overall? I mean, we couldn't even figure that out right now if we wanted to. Doesn't seem like it anyway.
I
So,
mean, Fred, and so in the county general budget, so in the Fund 1,000, there's multiple, departments that have their own health insurance lines. You know, obviously Fred said communication center. I'm seeing Title 40 court, the auditor. Well, that says clerk insurance, so maybe that's not what that is, but there's health insurance and public defenders, and then obviously in the
five,
commissioners,
just
yeah.
marked health insurance, and some of those we asked to remark health insurance, so there's more than that.
'Cause they were
That's just in the
they
1,000
had
fund.
Insurance, and you said have those renamed as health.
Right, we
Right.
wanna be clear on what
If
those
you add just
are.
the 5 that I can find in a glance, we're at 4,110,000.
Yeah. Yeah.
So,
One other thing, so when we get our final numbers, we add in the cost of the clinic, what you have spent in HRA money back to the employees who've met their deductible, right? We add all of those costs in there, I should have brought that sheet with me, to come up with your premiums or your premium equivalents, right? Once we get those numbers, that's your all-in cost, we generally do it at the midpoint between the maximum and the expected liability, so, right? So there's some wiggle room there. And then we come up with employee contributions. A lot of times, it's like, okay, our costs are about the same, we're gonna leave the employee contributions about the same, and we do. You know, and a couple times, it's like, okay, our cost has gone up once we've done this, now we've gotta pass it on pass some of that on, or that percentage on to the employees. But all of the costs are put into that, those premium equivalents before, and then I'm sure the employee's portion comes out of their paycheck, right? And then what the remainder, the county's portion comes out of each, department's budget.
So you said you'll have that number, like, so today's the 14th. We are to adopt this budget on Friday, the 29th. Like, what, if you were to guesstimate when you may have those percentages, or what they, I mean, are we talking like they come in on Thursday, the 28th, or do you think like that might be end of next week? I mean,
I can't remember the date that we set offhand, it's probably in my calendar, maybe,
It's October 2nd.
but it's like October 2nd is the next time we can even meet on that, or they can even meet on it.
If they have them ready, we'll meet with them.
Yeah,
I mean, if they have the numbers ready, we'll meet with them.
we will have them ready before that. Give them to them and they can
Yeah.
tell you what that number's gonna be before the time that you need them.
we love them now.
yeah.
But I mean, what are we talking here? Like, I mean, cause I mean, we're really 2 weeks from tomorrow and we've got some final numbers to crunch and we're getting closer, right? We're 159, 215. So we're darn close. But this would help us figure out what we had left.
Let him go back to the office and
Okay.
check on that. He can't come up with
Sure.
a date without.
Yeah, we need to try to figure out when we're planning our next quadrant, and we'll
There's
recess
some
and come
lines from a
back.
movie I'm thinking about that where if I could pull something out of something.
Okay,
Thank you. No, one other thing, anytime any of you want to talk insurance, I'll sit down and explain in detail what we're doing, why we're doing it, how we're
Probably not
doing
gonna get
it.
a lot of takers.
I have and
I'll
I
call
will
you.
do it. Or I'll come back,
That's not something he's
I'll
gonna
come
get
back at
bombarded
other
with.
times of the year to meet with you too, so. thank
okay,
you.
we appreciate it. Thank you
Thanks
so
for coming,
much.
Bill. Appreciate it.
So Matt, according to your 1%, it'd be like $40,000.
1%, well, let's
Yeah,
math again.
theoretically, 4,110,000.
Mm,
41,000.
Are those all general fund accounts, the 4 million?
Yeah,
Yeah.
the 5 that I found, yeah, court, communications, public defenders, commissioners, and CASA. And then like, I mean, what Fred was saying, there's, other stuff, but.
And you were asking earlier, she didn't have her paper with her today, but the other day she gave us figures. Now today, I think she said 219 employee only.
Mm-hmm,
The other day, we had employee only was 216. Employee and spouse was 53. Employee and children was 30. And family was 104. And that was a total of 403 that day. And that was out of 620 full-time employees. That's what she gave, that came from her the
Yeah.
other day.
We hired 15 people in the last couple days.
And I don't know, today it was 219 instead of 216, so I don't know. I don't even know if he's still here.
No,
Well, yeah, okay.
that's fair.
So,
I mean, it's
what was the total today?
417.
Oh, okay. Don't know.
I mean, I want everybody to, like, I'm not trying to, do anything other than try to look for a long-term strategy here because, I do think that there's, obviously, it's part of the bigger benefit of, working for the county and if there are any, in some respects, in some areas, this is one of them, so but it's also, 4 million out of our $35 million, so it's a huge chunk that right now, if I was guessing, a betting person, I would say, is only gonna continue to increase. So, we have to, I think about something long-term to figure that out. To hedge those bets on the years that, you get one sick person and that number goes up significantly. So, that's where I'm coming from.
Yeah, let's take like a 10-minute break and stretch our legs and we'll come back. A little longer than 10 minutes, sorry about that. Let's hop over to lit, let's change our pace a little bit. We'll come back to county general here, before we take our minds off of it.
What page is that?
Oh, lit starts, well,
I believe it starts on
60 something.
30, 67? All right,
Just, are we just talking?
all lit.
All it.
Let's see.
Boom, boom. Uh, 203,000.
Oh.
Allegedly.
All right. So the first up, the sheriff. Based on the number Tanya gave us earlier, you said 203,641, is that what we have left to cut?
Yeah.
Don't really see anything in the sheriff lit. Anything standing out to people?
We are reducing the 2024 amount. You guys already have that, 'cause you went off 2023 amounts, right? You
Yeah,
got
and then we did the-
406, and
yeah.
then 53,402 for the employees.
Yeah,
Okay.
probably stayed the same, clothing allowance.
Tanya's, for some reason, I have 2870 wrote down here.
That was the,
They're back in.
like, the difference between that deputy's increase, like negative 2870 would take it back to 53,402. I don't know if that's, is that what you're?
Must be, because I was,
That is the difference, yeah.
Yeah,
yep, that's it.
okay.
Now, for the, just so I'm clear though, for the insurances, like all of them, are we going with
24?
2024?
Yeah.
Okay. I thought so, I just wanted to make sure. So including the, yeah, you would just, I guess it's just read like that.
But the insurance, they reduced the insurance on this budget for next year, for the
The
24 budget.
FICA going back to the 2023, or you said insurance?
Yeah, below it, they dropped 5509.
So we have,
I see
so
that.
going down, we went 1,500 for clothing, 4,086, 13,775, 112, 46, 173, 5,000, and 53,402, which gives us a grand total of 78,313.
I had 4305.
4305 for what?
Second line there, the 4086 line.
FICA,
Her
You-
2024 request was 4305.
Yeah, we went with the 2023 number.
How much is left in 241 supplies?
Yeah.
the way,
$130,
say that again.
Same.
$2,630, 2,630.
Oh, so the same amount as June 30th.
Mm-hmm.
As it stands, it's a savings of, 5,419. It should be off the 23 budget. Is that correct, or did I hit the wrong button on the calculator?
I don't know, I don't have those numbers in my
54,
spreadsheet.
19, is that what you got?
Yeah.
That's what I got.
You wanna know what the difference was from what we have right now at 78, 313?
See, I
What?
put in the,
In
based on the
2024?
2024, when I reduced that FICA back and I reduced the employee back, it's a negative 3,089, making the total 78,094.
I have 78,094 also.
Oh, okay, so I have let's go back down the list. I have 1,500,
Mhm.
4,086,
Yeah.
13,775,
Yeah.
112, 46,
Yeah.
173,
Yeah.
5,000, 53,402. Why do we have,
Well, I
78,
had
right?
78,313 before reducing the FICA.
oh, here we go, there it goes,
There
sorry.
it is, okay.
78,094. I had to refresh my pivot, I apologize. 78,094. We had a question about supplies.
Still have the 2630 balance.
Correct.
So we about half. Or put it at
Can you
2,900.
do with less on that line?
For next year?
More like 2,500.
But four?
That was Nancy's suggestion. I think it's a good number to start with.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you.
Just make notes, so when you come back next year, ask for the 5 again and I figured. Right? Now I have $77,094.
Yeah.
All right.
Did you come up with a 6638 savings off the last year's budget?
I don't have my spreadsheet set up that way.
Okay.
Yes.
Well, my phone's lied to me before, and they calculated too fast.
66 would have been.
38.
All right. Down to finding $202 and $641, 202,000. All right, any questions on the sheriff flip? Hearing none, let's go on over to prosecutor. Prosecutor lit.
There's a stipend in both budgets.
There's a stipend amount in each, 15, I think, in lit and 15 in county general.
And the intent is for the same use, right? They're
It's
different
it's
stipends.
30 total, but it's divided between county general and,
Because they have employees in both funds.
yes.
The prosecutor salary's on 21, if you want to go back and look at that. That stipend is there at the top of that page.
Okay, so on, item 120 and 121, we, put that back to 0, is that correct?
They were new employees, so yes. You're going off the 2023 numbers. On this, now, you have to keep in mind, all of the deputy prosecutors, your book says 74,302, but they're actually paid 85, so you'll need to go make sure you've marked your books accordingly, or your spreadsheet, because that's what we're currently paying them in this year, 2023. We made that appropriation in the spring.
And the investigators are 4170, 41,700.
That's what I have. 41.7.
Yeah, 41,700.
Yeah.
Line 117 shows 46.7, is that just a typo?
What line, what?
117, second from the top, 2023.
We were told to change that to 41,700. I've got it scratched out in my book.
Same here.
I asked Becky, and she confirmed the FICA and the perf have been right sized. Based on these salaries.
Yeah.
Yeah, the FICA, my FICA will be wrong in my calculation.
Now that you bring that up, I did refigure that. And I did come up with, for FICA,
In this budget?
yeah,
Okay,
I'm sorry,
that's okay.
I forgot to bring that up. Yes, because, let me see if I adjusted it. I have adjusted that,
Okay,
and it's accounted for in the totals that I gave you. So, didn't go with the 2023, didn't go with the 2024.
okay,
The amount I came up with for FICA was 40,303. And the amount I came up with for PERF was 55,646.
55,
Hmm,
55.
646.
That's
Did
based
you
on the
make changes to the two
85,000, I
lines?
assume.
That's based on the figures
Huh?
that we
Did you
had
change
when
those?
we left here the other day.
Just
Of
now
the
did.
Tell 'em-
85,000
tell me
on the
again.
deputy
Fine.
prosecutors, the
40,000,
41.7 on the
303.
investigators.
and
Um,
perf, 55,
Okay.
646.
You know,
Oh, wow.
I guess I wanted to make sure I heard you correctly.
The health insurance still 78,106.
Yes.
78,
I showed
100.
78,000 even.
Same.
Yeah.
I was actually trying to go back and look at my notes for that increase, why it was so dramatic. I trying to get there.
It was assuming the new positions with a 10% increase. Why that insurance jumped so high. That's my note.
Yeah, new positions at the family plan.
Mm-hmm.
I have 9 employees minus 3 equals 6. So like we used to have 6, and now we have 9, and all 3 new ones got family or something like that.
Yeah,
But it was 78,000 even, correct?
I feel like that was the amount that they gave us.
Yeah.
So with adjusting the FICA and PERF, my total comes back to 700,786.
so what did we just add
There's
back?
a difference of 110,722 from last year.
What'd you say your total was?
700,786.
So what did we just add back though? We just added 40,
4612.
yeah. Yep. Plus 4612. All right, now we're back to cutting 207,253.
But I have that calculated.
Oh, with the number you gave us?
I gave you, yeah.
Beautiful.
That's why I was like, I'm sorry, I forgot to even like say that.
There was no change in FICA and perf in the sheriff's budget, right? So we don't need to go back and look at that one.
Well, we did, remember? I reduced it by that $219 and then,
Oh, yeah, yeah. Okay. Thank you.
Not getting anywhere here, are we?
No, not really. What's the,
What difference did you come up with, Matt?
The difference, 110, 722.
I didn't.
is that insurance guess at 78,000? I mean, 10% off of last year's number comes up to 32,745.90. We have 78 still here.
I mean, if we're gonna make a broad cut to health insurance number, this is one of them.
Right, and that's what I'm just saying, like, I mean, we have 78, like, is that, how many employees do we say are in here? One,
9 of them.
9.
And I'd probably start at 5.
there's 9?
I guess, I have 9 employees minus 3 equals 6, and then the arrows to 2023 as if we had 6 in 2023,
Yeah,
and
so
now
we
we
would
have
have
9.
6 and 24. Correct.
And what I showed was 6 of them were taking insurance, and they were gonna add 3 that were then going to take insurance, and they had to calculate the family plan for those
Family.
3. And that's why it was such a large increase.
Yeah,
Because they were accounting for the most.
Right. They don't know, I mean, those 3 could take nothing, or they could take a single, or they could take
Yeah.
family, but
Yeah.
that's how they come up with that number.
right, but I'm just saying now that the 78 we're down to, is that what we need for the existing employees? From 23?
Tanya, you had a note on your sheet on the prosecutor, this department total is, does include a grant they received.
And then they told us that this year's grant, I had a grant estimate of 141,483, but they said that they got actual amounts, back in through, I think, email, or I don't know if the monies came, but, it's gonna be 159,000 is gonna be there,
159,753.
159,753.
Yeah.
So of that 700,786, that pays for 159,000 of it. He said, hopefully.
So the reason she dropped it, she had 154,393 total
Yep.
budgeted for 2024, but she said she took the 3 off, because they're not filled at this time. Am I saying that right? Oh, that we didn't, that you
Yeah.
guys did not, go through with.
Right.
So she had those budgeted at 25,429 each. So by taking those off, then she came back to the 78,000.
Right,
That's
which
where
is
we
the
got
huge
that.
increase from the 29,769 that we're currently using in
Right.
this year. So that's, I'm just trying to figure out if we can cut more from that 78, since we're looking at just under 30 here in this year.
I think the rest
No.
of these people are actual, and it's actual in what they're paying. So,
Is that based on some of the turnover you've had, the new employees are in a family plan?
yeah, that's pretty
Lisa
spot
Carr
on.
from the prosecutor's office. One of our employees last year opted out of insurance. The one we have in the place now does have insurance.
out of the employees left on her list here, it actually equals 78,104.
Oh. So a lot of people must have changed what kind of insurance they were taking then.
Like, what, 3 single and 2 family, is that what it is? I'm guessing, yeah. So should we up that to 104 or, leave it at 78? But we don't know the insurance increases yet.
Yeah, we don't.
This is based on an estimate of an increase. We don't know if that's 78.
I'm not adding $1 to it, so you, at least from my perspective.
All right, well, I mean, we gotta find money to cut somewhere, so.
Well, back to my question is, of that 786 is 159,000 of it paid for by the grant.
Yes, that's the grant will reimburse, right? That's how that's gonna work, is it'll come back. So yes, it's like a reimbursement that they'll receive for this fund.
Wouldn't
It's
that
accounted for on your revenue as well.
included in the 2,472,867?
Right here on this spreadsheet, on the actual under 24.
I really,
You just got that number, didn't you?
huh?
Didn't you just get that number?
Not the original that I started with, but oh, the 159,753, yeah, I just had a number written down on 159 earlier. I think I was thinking of that separately as I was looking at that. I was thinking of that on my revenue side, you know, as far as that coming in. I just wanted you guys to know that they account for that as coming back, like we account for that as being reimbursed. But as far as the expense side of it, I didn't really, I mean, the way I don't know how to explain that, I guess, because if you look at the prosecutor line, the 1,075,335, that amount,
Mm-hmm.
out of what they're spending, I guess is what I was saying was, well, 159,753, they're gonna get back of that, you know.
Right, but you only accounted for 141,483 in that
Right.
975.
Right,
So we've got a 18, or close to $18,000 extra.
right, I guess that's probably the best way to look at it, is the extra between the difference of what they're really getting, because I have accounted for the revenue,
Was it 159,786?
so. The difference of 18,270, we could count that as increased revenue.
So take that off that 202,641. That we have left to cut? Okay.
Jessica, I had 203,641.
We took 1,000 out of the sheriff's budget for supplies.
That'll do it.
Which puts us down to 185,371. All right. Little by little. By little.
Would you come up, what did we end up subtracting?
We took
We didn't subtract, we added. Added revenue.
added revenue, so our cuts are down to 185,371, what we have left. All right. Switch over to,
Repeat for me one more time, what was the total?
left to cut?
No, in the prosecutor lit public safety
What'd you get your total as?
The total, here,
700, 786.
700, 786 is still the number.
Are you leaving the grant administrators in there?
Yeah, that's part of the reimbursement, that, the 159 that we just talked about.
We could cut the stipend, but then we'd have to cut it everywhere probably.
Yeah, it's in their general fund as well.
I mean, unless we end up cutting 5, corrections officers, I don't see how we get to 200 grand, or 185 grand for that matter.
Yeah.
Eric's not currently using all of that stipend, correct?
Correct. It's set to, or well, no, the amounts that are in there are the amounts that are actually have been allocated.
We appropriated
So
this year.
that's based on his formula that he's using for the people he has now.
Yes.
Jessica, when you read your total that we are down to, read that again, because I feel like I came up with $1,000 difference.
$1,000 difference, did you get the sheriff's, $1,000 deduction from their supplies in 129? So it started off at 203,641.
Right,
Minus 1,000 gave us 202,641. Minus 18,270.
184, 371.
yeah, I got 184, and I thought you said 185.
I think I did.
Okay.
Well,
Is it 184?
184, 371. Yep. Let's hop over to jail.
Operating balance include lit.
I'm sorry?
Is our operating balance include lit?
No, that's its own fund.
But that 6 million is for general.
General, mm-hmm. So on this one, we went with all of the 23 numbers except for insurance. Did FICA and perf change?
Yes.
Okay,
Adjusted these as well.
all right.
So FICA, again, it's not, neither. It's FICA's 47021. I
All
feel
right,
like these were switcherooed because, and you'll see why, so just write these down.
okay.
And then per 56074. And the FICA increased by 4,721, but then the perf decreased by 4,731. So I feel like they just kind of got switcherooed or something, with a difference of $10.
So this compared to 2023 is down 88,170. I'm reading this right. Primarily because of the pension. Or no.
No, pension's not
No,
on
no,
this
no.
one.
That's why, because I'm
Those
reading, I'm
two
reading.
lines.
Health insurance.
Health insurance.
Total I have is 797,628. After all adjustments.
Yeah, give me a second.
797,628,
Mhm.
Yep,
still 88,170 down. Negative, or down, or reduced 88,170 from 23.
yeah, but that just increased from what we had going into these. Oh, but you said the number, never mind. The number you gave us already adjusted for FICA and perf, so, cool. All right.
Why would FICA be that much more than last year? if we're not changing salaries.
Why would it be more?
It was 38.3 last year.
Overtime went up 2,000, holiday went up 2,500. That matters.
Yeah.
Insurance is still gonna be, reduced down to 61,928. Health insurance.
That's what I have.
Life insurance went
Just, you have space supplies.
Contracts, you got up at 5,000, you went over that, I forget what you told me. Last year. But you got it back again this year because. Put it back in, remember I said, I tried to make it work, but this 5,000 could help me make that work. Yeah, I remember you saying something, but thank you.
What was that contract again? I don't have a note. The $5,000 contract?
Ran through the lawyer bid for what the contract was, we obviously have more contracts than I have budgeted for. We gave you back last year.
I have the one prosecutor opening is in the general fund, not lit, right?
Both. Let me check my iPhone.
The opening, there,
Both.
it's in the lit. There's 5 openings in the jail, right?
I don't think they heard you.
5 openings in the jail, right? 5 openings. Oh. What is the health insurance, public safety under county council?
What I was kind of next.
know what it is?
I'm gonna ask Becky what the balance is, cause
No, what's it for though?
it's covering health insurance and the public safety, right? I don't know who it goes to. I think it's done, I'll ask her. Huh? Same.
I checked my numbers again, because Mr. Hughes brought it up. And I did it twice. I've done it a million times, to tell you the truth. No, but we both are getting the same thing. I think we could reduce the FICA by 1,491. Cause I've sat here and went through it 2 more times, and then she did it as well.
All right,
Coming
hold
back
on.
to 4,
What line item?
line item 171,
In the jail, we're still in the jail, right?
yeah.
And what is it?
We are getting 45,526 instead of 47,021.
Okay.
45, no, I said that wrong, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
45,530.
45,530.
Under the jail, 171,
So that would
FICA.
be, that would go down $1,491.
Okay.
What's the total?
Up, but not as much. That would make, you mean the total of
No,
the,
what's the FICA line
oh,
number?
I'm sorry, 45,530.
Up from 38.3?
Yeah.
But that was how much less than what you originally gave us?
$1,491.
Okay,
1,000.
1,491.
So that brings our new total on this lit public safety, for the jail to 796,137.
Yeah.
I have 796,361. FICA was 45,530, 56,298.
No, 56,074 per.
Oh, God, I'm on my, sorry.
Wrong filter?
No, I'm in my old spreadsheet. I didn't have that stuff in there. I'm sorry, Tanya, one more time. FICA was 50,
FICA, 45,530,
and
and I got 56,074.
got it. Okay. And the total again was
796,137.
What did I miss?
I don't see all the numbers.
Oh. 796,137.
Yeah.
All right. About 182,880.
Right.
Okay. So do we, line 173 under county council, health insurance, public safety, where does that go?
I guess what's the balance? Because as of June, it was already half.
Does that money get moved somewhere?
Oh, the money for this year, you mean, for 2023?
Just in general, what's that line item?
What's it paying? Like, and what's left? Because as of the middle of the year, it was already down 50%.
Well, I don't wanna say what it pays, because I think I misunderstood, like, what each department pays. Nancy, do you wanna help me?
Oh, no, we're talking about our
County
157.
Oh, I thought we were still on jail.
No, he asked a question about that one, because, we're still, no, he moved on.
I moved on.
He was, because we were stuck on
But
there, so,
we're nowhere otherwise. So.
yeah.
Alright.
The 173 in Department 157. And obviously, it's paying health insurance for somebody in public safety.
Okay, council's health insurance.
Yep.
This is my understanding, okay? I'm not involved in it.
Yeah.
This is just what I've gathered from information said and told, and I think this is right. The health insurance fund needed help. And so, the lady who used to be in that department, in the health insurance department area, stated that. And so Donna came to you guys and requested help out
Yeah,
of
because we didn't
the
have it in
lit.
22. Mm-hmm.
And so you guys agreed to help out with $100,000. And, that gets distributed into that, insurance fund. I assume it's into 4701, is that where it's
Yeah.
gone? And, which is the main insurance fund number. Okay. And so anyways, that's done on a quarterly basis for the year of 2023. I think it just happened for 2023. I don't think it happened before that. I think it was
Yeah, no,
just
we
for
had
the
no
year of
budget for it in
2023.
22.
So then it's been budgeted, just kind of copied off of 2023's budget and
Right.
copied it into 2024's budget. But as far as where we're at, with the health insurance fund versus claims and all that, I have no idea. We have a new employee
comes-
now, and she's training in that area.
Mm-hmm.
We would have to look into that.
Where's the main one? 47 what? This one?
No, she's just saying the main account is called 4701, the main
Mm-hmm.
insurance account.
So this $100,000 does not go for public safety employees, it just goes into the general.
'Cause, I mean, we can cut it. It wasn't there before.
Somebody's already spent half of it though, or something.
Yeah, they're just taking a
Well,
quarter of
taking
it each
They're getting
quarter.
it for free.
Yeah,
Where's it going?
into
That's what I'm trying to
the
figure out.
main
Into
insurance
health pay
fund,
Claims in the,
4701 account.
yes, in the insurance fund account.
I think it would be public safety money ought to be paid or used for public safety. This is not.
So let's cut it,
I'm all for that.
gentlemen.
I'm totally for that.
Bye.
How's that money get paid then, Bill?
So it's new this year. We didn't have it in prior budgets.
In the 2023 budget.
It wasn't in 22. you don't have the old books, the old books. This was
No, but you
brand
put it-
new.
No, but you put it in the 2023 budget, and and 50,000, that's already been spent.
Because they're taking a quarter of it each quarter.
I understand that, but if we take it out, then where's that money gonna get, how's that money gonna get paid, wherever it needs to get paid? Somebody's got.
We're not taking it out of 2023, we're reducing it off of the 2024 estimate request.
So they won't get that money next year.
It won't be in our fund. This is our fund.
Gonna pay it next year then.
Well, let's hope it don't run.
We don't need it.
This isn't the last time we're about to knock
I
that health
mean-
insurance number down, I think, so.
I wasn't really around, I may have been around, but I wasn't
Yeah,
involved in
I don't
the
recall, but last year's
transaction.
budget
know
was so
why it
easy
was-
that we were
why
like,
they needed it in
everyone
the
gets
first
some
place.
money, so.
I think it was just a matter of they knew they
It
were
goes
running
into the insurance
short.
fund. It goes into
I
40,
understand that.
right, so they just take a quarter of it
Cut
each
it.
quarter.
So we cut it, and then
Hopefully we don't
one
need
of
it
these
next
funds
year.
is gonna have to come back and ask for $100,000 next year.
Claims can be different every single year, so you really
don't
don't
know
even
that.
know
Yeah.
what you're gonna be paying. I mean, insurance, it totally depends on, we just had big insurance talk, so. I think it was
I mean, where
just
we're
a need.
going
I
is,
don't know
am
that
I-
it needs to be an ongoing budget thing. Ed, do you have anything to say on this? I don't feel it has to be some ongoing budget thing. I think it was a need and came to you with a request of helping, and you guys helped, for the current year that was in need. And I don't know that.
So that's just where they stuck it.
Has to keep.
And I just put it in because it was there before. No one had asked me that we needed that or anything. I just put it in because it was there.
Well, then I agree, then let's cut it out and see how it goes.
I mean, we can also try to get updates from the new insurance clerk, as far as where things are sitting, how much we have, what our claims look like, yada, yada, yada.
Is that somebody in HR?
That's an auditor's office.
Get that report monthly.
The
That's
claims
her job,
do-
is just to deal with insurance, is that?
I believe claims do go through HR, but they have to make their way down to the auditors because that's where the insurance clerk, her area is at, so.
The majority says take it out, let's take it out and move on.
I agree.
That leaves us with 82,880 to find.
Before we continue on, the lit supplemental, when we have an idea if we get any.
I wanna say,
I didn't know if DLGF or anybody had an answer to that question.
I think it's after our budget. I don't think it's till October, November. timeframe.
yeah,
They can't give you a,
I just was thinking fall, but later,
they
not.
don't want to give you an answer.
They don't have an answer.
Okay.
And we were inquired about that.
Yeah, we wouldn't know about 2024s until 2024, because it's all based off of if the state has excess.
Mm.
And then if they do, they distribute it amongst all the counties, and if they don't, they don't. So that's why they say don't count on it. And like I said, it varied from one year to the next.
What have you seen?
Huh?
What have you seen?
Like 80, I put it written down, but I don't wanna try to look for it.
So we're
this
looking
time,
like
but
real
anyways,
darn-
88, I think, one year, 80-something.
Oh,
1,000?
74,763 is what you told us for 21,
go, there you go.
135,086 for 2022.
So, I mean, we take it,
There's another question I have before since we can't count this, we don't know if we're gonna get it. The last couple of years, we've over budgeted out of this account. What is the balance that's left? Are we still have a significant amount? Are we?
Cash? Like, cash on hand? Cash on hand, we still have to figure in what's going to come in, October, November, December. I've done September. So anyways, October, November, December, and I don't know.
I didn't know if over budgeting the last 2 years, we've spent everything we've got in that account, or if we have a balance.
1,455,000.
Is the current balance?
And this is real rough, but I think my monthly amount is 193.
$193,000?
Out. Got over
In the
7 months.
In the public safety, so you would take that and it's going to get another 193 in October, November, and December.
So that's 579,000.
So there'll be 2,034. But that's already been like established, you know what I'm saying? Like what we're getting right now has already been established for 2023. Oh, I forgot, you were trying to see if we were going short, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
I don't like over budgeting, but we're now down to what, 83,000 or less?
82, yeah, 83, I mean, it's,
It's better than the last couple of years. And
I
like said,
agree.
I
Right.
don't like to do that,
Right,
but I'm not sure where else to cut without going back through every single thing again.
I mean, I'm okay with that if,
I think there's two choices. One is you cut that pension down 80 grand,
And then find it out of the general.
right? Or move a position to general and cut operating.
I agree.
But you're saying, let's just over budget it by 80.
I don't want to, no.
but we
But
can,
my original intent on that question was making sure we haven't spent that account,
all the way down.
completed it all the way
Gotcha.
down.
Doesn't appear so.
Well, and they have to also keep in mind that with this, we have there tends to be a lot of turnover, like in the jail, right? Like we have a lot of employees, so there may be even funds that roll over at the end of the year. I mean,
And the lit supplemental is something that.
and if we get
can't
that, like,
ignore.
I'm okay with leaving it how we have it if we're good with that,
We're only going 80 more thousand in the red as we speak,
83.
or 83,000.
Which to Eugene's point is significantly less than what we've over budgeted in the past.
and we did, like he said, we did get supplemental in 2022. That was the lesser amount. Then it increased in 2023, right, for 134. So there's a good chance maybe we'll get something in between that amount, you know.
Which
from
would cover this.
2024.
Yeah,
So DLGF has a sheet that says 2023 supplemental local income tax distribution. Calculations based on SBA certified totals on May 2nd, 2023.
I have that in here.
Which one you gave us? I remember.
But is that, so that's what we're gonna receive this year, 135,086?
There. I know it's in here.
That's what I'm looking at.
Yeah, I know. Yeah. This is certified shares, this is public safety, and this is edit.
So that's what we're going to, but we haven't received that yet.
So this is,
This year.
yeah, do you have, you didn't have this amount right here is our actual. For
That
like-
includes that,
Yeah, that would,
That
that's
includes it.
everything January through December of 2023
so the 2023 figure, that
is this.
2,332, 261
Right.
includes the supplemental.
No,
Does not include the supplemental.
does not include supplemental.
So we're gonna get that in October, November.
What amounts did I give you?
The 135 number that's on Councilman Hughes' paper is the one you gave us for 2022.
Okay, so that 74 amount was 2021, 2022, yes. So if we do get supplemental, it would be, I wanna say maybe late September. Maybe it's October. I'd really just have to look at my receipts from last year to know what the date was when it hit. But we would be getting it here soon.
But what that's going to do is increase the balance that Becky just gave us, right?
By 135 Pam?
Well, whatever
We don't
get.
know, whatever they give us.
Oh, yeah, this is what they said they were gonna get.
Is that 2022 payable in 2023? Is that,
2023, this is the 2023 supplemental local income tax distribution. Calculations based on SBA certified totals on May 2nd, 2023.
On the face page.
The screenshot I sent you.
I'm just saying to Eugene's point,
this is what he's referring to?
Yeah,
I
sent
would
it
be
to-
comfortable leaving us $85,000 short if we're going to get another $135,000 in a month or two to increase the balance in that fund.
I think we've all agreed, haven't we?
So we're okay with leaving it? Yeah, I think we're good.
For my, what was the amount left in our cash balance,
millions.
1.8?
No, it
$1
was
million,
one,
400.
1.455, but we also are owed another 579. So it's close to 2,
All right,
over 2.
cool.
It's, 82,880 over, correct?
82,880, correct.
Mr. Hughes, when I get downstairs and I get my lip folders, I will double check and make sure that I was not including supplemental. Maybe, I don't think I did,
Okay,
okay?
that'd be
So,
great.
but I'd just like to double check, just to confirm with you on that.
I appreciate that. That's
I'll
good.
know better when I get in there and like
Yeah,
look at
yep.
my
Sure.
papers and my notes and my stuff.
Like you're out of your office.
Yeah.
I know, I try to bring as much of it with me as I can.
All right, well, that's
Tanya,
not,
when you find out, would you let us all know, please?
yeah, just shoot us an
Yeah,
email, that'd be
I will,
great.
I will.
Yeah, okay, let's go back to, County General. Make some magic happen. Now, Bill, you had a suggestion.
Talking too much, I think.
Just not used to this.
Commissioner's budget on 42. Line 311 contractual services. Budgeted for this year at 150,000. Next year at 250,000, which that's what we left in. And as I recall the discussion, what that pays for is services from Baker Tilly, not the audit services that
That were required.
are required, but advisory services and special projects by the county attorney. Given the budget, my suggestion is to reduce that back to 150. And on the basis that the commissioners should just try to stay within that, given our budget circumstances. I appreciate the value that Baker Tilly brings, keeping us abreast of all financial matters, and I appreciate the services that provided by the county attorney, but I think this is not the year to increase that budget by 67%.
And then for everyone's information, it was in the 2022 budget, it was also 150.
This, I got a note down here that also takes care of pest control and something else I can't read because I erased.
I have, attorney fees, pest, Baker Tilly, tax sales.
Yeah.
Expecting more attorney fees next year. Catalyst Consulting Firm for state money, 10 tort claims a week. Sure about that? Oh, because that's, I guess, the attorney fees. I would assume, tort claims.
Yep.
I'm in favor of that.
Yeah, even so, let's,
All right, so we take that down by 100.
On contractual services, we're reducing 2024 by 100,000.
We're taking it back to the 23 number, right?
yeah,
Yep,
Be
100,000, yep.
150,000.
which puts us down to 59,215. Which, sorry. I had numbers written somewhere.
Your 1 point.
The insurance.
1%
Yeah,
is
if the percentage goes down the insurance by, from 10% to 9, I think we're covered.
I say we take it out of that. So we would just want to take it down the whole, the 59, whatever.
59,215.
No, we take it out of just the commissioner ones or all of them? Something out of all of it.
What's that?
If we drop a percent, we drop a percent out of health insurance on the commissioner side, that's 34.
Yeah, 34,000, 340,000.
30,418,
But that's not a. no.
34,
So, hang on 1 second.
but that would reduce in those other locations too.
Yeah, that's why I'm gonna try to call up the 4 that I can find, or the 5 that I have here, so.
34,
Some of those others are reimbursed though, like public defender and 4D, and so if you reduce the health insurance there, you're also gonna reduce the amount they get
they
reimbursed.
reimburse.
Does it matter anyway? Are they not all paying into the same program?
Even out of county general, that's how it works?
I believe so.
If it's on their budget, yes, because they turn that in and can get reimbursed from whatever they're
That's part
reimbursing.
of, Shelley, that's part of your you get reimbursed for health insurance?
Yes.
40%.
1 to 1?
40%.
Oh, 40%.
Reduce that by $1, you're only really reducing it by 60 cents.
Mm-hmm. Unless I'm open to whatever, but I think we need to start tilting the needle here and bringing this health insurance discussion to a head on what the long-term strategy is, whether it's the fund, whether it's an increase over time, or, an increase spread, whatever. I mean, that's my stance on it, but, I mean, if there's something else there's another 59K laying out there, I'd be happy to talk about it.
All right, so the 1% for the, you take the 2023 request, or 2023 budget for insurance, and you multiply that at a 9% increase. The difference between what was requested in 24 minus that number, would be a reduction of $31,075. Which then leaves us at 28,140. Fred, is yours reimbursable? Because you were one of the health insurance. Your health insurance line? They are. Yeah. So Fred's in the communication center.
Jessica, tell Tanya your number so that way she can have it.
Or is this official, like, am I?
No, we're just.
No, we're just talking.
Okay.
Penciling it.
We're
in.
just
Okay, I thought I
talking.
was missing
Just fill out
something
a
as
separate
far
piece
as
of paper.
putting it in here in the computer, so.
Yeah, no,
You can go
not,
ahead and read it to me, though.
so the number, the reduction, okay, let's start over. So the 23 budgeted request for health insurance, if you put it at a 9% increase, it brings it to 3,387,175. If you subtract that from the 24 request at 10%, the difference is $31,075.
Okay.
When you subtract the 31,75 from the remaining 59,215, that leaves us with 28,140 to cut. but not, yep,
Right.
They said budget at 10%.
right, so the gentleman who spoke earlier said he thought it was probably going to be less than 10. So that's coming from,
And we're also, I mean, I'm personally trying to push for a decision to be made in 2024 for what that long-term plan needs to be.
I'm just asking the question, because
Yeah, you're right.
like they were talking, like when Bill was talking about.
We have no appropriation money here.
And where did you had 31,075 and then you subtracted $5,000 from
No,
somewhere? or
no, we had 59,215 left to cut. So I subtracted
Oh.
that 31,075 from there,
Okay, okay.
so 9%.
The clerk just walked in, and I just thought about the election, pieces there. Can you get us Rick, can you get us a 5% discount?
Didn't he
He just ran away, look at him.
Didn't he indicate, and maybe does the election come out of general?
Election, yeah,
Yes. Didn't he indicate that I overheard him say he thought he could get a.
we got
third
3 year, yeah,
Okay,
we
has
have,
that already
it.
been
That's what we
figured in?
put, yeah, we figured in the 3 year deal. Yeah, so taking Fred down, we're looking like $750, so,
And just, I just wanted what they spend is reimbursed.
yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, we have everyone else, yeah, Fred was the only one that wasn't reimbursable on the list. But we're looking at 750, so nothing significant there.
I mean, for 28K, I feel like I'd love to like look at something, like, you know what I mean, like,
What?
I give you 20,000.
sold.
Out of my purse, so I just looked at my numbers. You still have a good point now.
Why don't you come to the mic, because you're good, this is exciting, if this is true.
Yeah.
I'll give it 20. You told me I wasn't allowed to talk. You can't talk. Someone's gonna be the hero again, and it just turns out to be me. Don't break it down, buddy.
And,
So in looking, Bill asked this question the other day, and it just clicked in my head literally like 45 seconds ago. So the FICA and the PERF in my 2023 budget are based on the salaries from 2023.
yeah,
If you look at the increases that they went up, I can give you 10,000 out of each one of them and still be okay.
okay, let's
Because
go.
they're gonna be very similar to the 2023 numbers if the salaries don't change.
Page 3,
I already gave you back some the other day, because I think I brought FICA back to 140. And health or PERF down to 180.
142 and 182?
yeah,
Yeah, so I think you can drop 10,000 from each of those and be safe. So there's 20,000.
so 132,
Yep.
Wait a minute, what?
Wait a minute.
Are you guys talking?
Why would they have gone up? Did you do?
I have my own.
we're on page 3. Okay, so what do you have?
Get on the right.
I mean, it is a significant increase.
So we came up with FICA on his at 108,783
Oh,
and PERF at 141,344.
okay,
Oh, they've
so,
already adjusted them.
yeah, 108 what?
108,783,
783, okay,
141,344.
That's like a lot.
I mean, please double check us, you know what I mean, do your figures and double check.
Well, I was still operating under the numbers that we were,
And that's less than 2023, to the tune of 14-some grand on perf. Yeah,
well, Gavin, I can't be the hero today.
So what's the total on?
what do you mean? You're more than the hero if that's right.
I'm not, because she already put that in the
That's already
budget, that's the
factored in.
thing.
to the number she gave us earlier.
Yeah, the number she gave you earlier is the
In
total.
fact, we have 3 departments that aren't in with the others that do their own on their own. Probably need to go over.
Yeah,
all
let's
3 of
let's
them.
go though, let's do that, so.
All right.
I'm leaving now because she stole my thunder.
No, you, we appreciate your efforts.
I'm here.
So wait, is 108,783 supposed to be the number for this
Yes,
year?
yes.
Next year, next 2024?
Yes,
And 141,344?
yes. So she adjusted FICA and perf since last week. I don't have those numbers either, so yes, we're typing these in together today.
But that is in the 59.
But that is in that 59, yeah.
Because we really only discussed the commissioners
Okay,
that has the big grand total
Yep.
of most departments.
okay, so we have communications, what's
On
next?
Communications Center, after I adjusted the FICA and perf to the numbers I just read off to
Okay,
you.
stand by, let me refresh my pivot, because you're gonna read me the total, aren't you?
Uh-huh.
Okay, hold on.
Wait a minute.
Refresh.
But
Jim's
these
the
ad-
scared one up there right now.
These adjustments have been accounted for
In
in
the
the
number you
numbers I
gave us,
gave you
we
when
got
we
that now,
started.
so,
Okay.
all right,
So we're just
so,
in general, the
All right.
FICA perfs.
okay, so we did communications,
Communications, I have a total of 2,380,627.
2,380,627, yes.
What are you total?
2,380,627.
I know, what number is that?
That is the communications center sum, that's their final number as of right now,
Oh.
with the adjustment to FICA.
80627. Gotcha. I thought we were going over each FICA perf line again to make sure everything.
We are,
Okay.
we are.
It's already done all that,
That-
guys.
Okay, so here's the thing. Out of all, yeah, we have to do this like pen, paper, and calculators.
Like we're in the nineteen
Out
sixties.
of the general FICA and perf,
Yeah,
okay? All the departments are totaled in commissioners
okay,
except for 3.
okay, so we did
And so
communications.
we covered 153 commissioners,
Yes.
right? We did that. So then we just did communications center.
All right, who's next?
So the next one is Title 4D Court, which is, the one before communications center.
Okay. Gavin, we'll come back to you. Let us get our FICA and perf.
I'll let you find the money. No, I said, no. I was like, I'll let you find the money first and then see what I can do.
Okay.
Not-
Right.
I'm like, okay then, all right.
FICA for 4D court.
Okay. FICA
Two.
for 4D Court. We got 12,244
12,244, all right.
and perf 17,203.
Got $1.
And that made the total 254,512.
254,512, got it.
Okay, so the third would be public defenders.
Okay. Page 27,
27.
Okay, FICA,
hold on just a second. Put in. All right, FICA,
107,251.
7251,
PERF, 155,610.
all right, so what was the first one again?
107.
107,251.
251, okay, 107,251 and 155,610.
Right.
All
And so
right.
is your spreadsheet right on commissioners?
Today, yeah, as of today, not in your spreadsheet now.
No, but in yours. So it's 1260. Could you do the commissioners real quick?
Well, hold on, let's get
Let me
this
give you the total on
Okay.
this one real quick. I show 1,990,559.
Yes,
So back to commissioners,
Say that again, 1990 what?
1,990,559.
559.
Connie, we have one employee on page 79 of our supplemental.
But I showed you had FICA and PERF in your supplemental. Okay, is that not what you do?
Yes.
Okay, all right. You scared me, Lisa.
No. Sorry about that.
All right, and where are we going now, commissioners?
yes.
42.
42. Thank you.
Starting.
All right, FICA.
Okay, FICA, 1,281,151,
Okay, repeat that one more time,
1,281,151,
okay, 151, all right,
and then PERF, 1,309,289.
all right.
And then what about CASA? Page 49.
CASA goes into the,
No,
no?
No, at the beginning of the year, I do something else with it. I
Mm,
put it in the cost.
okay.
What page
They
are you
got
on?
their own FICA and
Page
PERF.
49.
They got their own
I was
FICA and
gonna, I was
PERF.
gonna say, I'm for sure.
Yeah, and I have that one on hold. We left that on hold.
Left it at
No,
11,434?
we just left the whole budget on hold. That's what I have. I don't know if we got back to that or not as
Cause
far
this
as,
is reimbursed or granted, this has half a grant, correct?
Half of the budget is here and the other half is out of grants. It's reimbursements. See, so because health
I
insurance,
show we did 46,810 on their program director. So it wasn't 2023s and it wasn't 2024s.
give me a second and I'll look at my notes.
Yeah, for some reason I have that also.
46,810, yeah.
Now, as far as the FICA and PERF, I assumed you're going with the 2024 amounts because, I guess, of the increase on that employee.
I don't have that. I have 2023's number.
Yeah, but yeah, if we're increasing that salary, we'll have to increase those.
They were, I've got a note here that, no pay raises except for
Well.
part-time office admin.
I showed the 2024 amount on the part-time people.
Part-time office
Office admin,
admin, 20, I have the 24 number.
Yes, I do too.
The
22.
24 number for health insurance, the 24 number for short-term disability, the 24 number for 197, 24 number for longevity, and then that 46,810 for the program director. The part-time at 15 hours stayed at 9720, but because that one, because there's a change in the salary ordinance, it's paid at a different rate or something, I think she said.
But we just never adjusted the PERF.
Part-time, office. staff.
Yeah, and it's paid at a different rate, so that's why we went with the 24 number.
59,383.
Altogether? Did you go with the 38,200, are you guys doing 38,206 on line 105?
105, 38,206,
Yes.
yeah.
And then 12,750.
So I just need to know what our FICA and
Is
PERF
the
are.
2024.
The FICA and PERF is 50% reimbursed to matching grant from the state.
So we need to go
Oh,
with
I
the
missed
24
this part.
numbers?
I missed
That's what I'm
this
trying to
part.
figure out what number we're going with for the FICA and PERF.
Okay.
I had it in as our 23 numbers, but we did increase
158,
that one
162.
salary, so.
You know, the short-term disability went down, correct? 175.
We're going with the 24 number.
Yeah.
For the FICA, that amount for FICA, I get 12,092. Okay. All right, so for FICA, we get 12,092. And for PERF, we get 13,000. 801.
Okay,
Wait a minute, I'm sorry, 1301. What was the other one?
12,092.
$17,782.
Yep. So that gives me 217,782.
yeah,
Yes. 217,782.
Which is an increase from what I did have. I did have 216,745. Did anyone else have that?
Yeah, I did.
So that's an increase of 1,037.
137.
There was, I don't, Emily's available, telephonically, if.
Yeah, she was just like calling me. I'm like,
Yeah.
I'm on budget. So I don't think we have any additional questions.
There would be, the FICA perf would be adjusted somewhat because the director had an increase, but that one part, in the part-time position, so
Yeah, they just gave us the new FICA
Okay.
perf number. So what was that increase, Tanya?
Increase of $1,037 from what we were at.
Okay, so 59. 59,215, here. 51,295 plus 37. So now we have 52,332 to cut.
52.
332,
Wait a minute, how'd that happen again?
because we had to add. I mean, oh my gosh, sorry. No,
We were
that's
at
not the right number.
28,140.
59. I put 51, so 59,215 plus 1037 is 60,250.
You didn't, what about the 3175?
We haven't done, I never agreed to that yet, so I took that out again.
What'd you say
I don't
we
even know
have
where
to
it came
cut?
from.
That was the 1% cut of health
Health
insurance from the commissioners
Gotcha,
possibly.
gotcha.
So,
All right, I'm sorry, so I gotta, God, it's looking like
60,000.
kindergartner, but
I know, I'm saying,
59,215 minus.
62,52. Yes, 59,215
Uh-huh.
plus 1,037 gives us 60,252 left to cut.
Gavin, you got money for us?
I don't know where I wrote, I had her numbers written.
What is it? Okay, so Emily just texted me. She said CASA director was given a 7.8 salary increase approved. Well, nothing's really been approved. First day of budget, so really approving anything. What was it originally? 43 here, 43, 423. 46. Yeah, we get it. That's the 7.8. We did that. We did that already. Got that. You're good. You're good, Emily. All right, what do you got for us?
Hello,
Gavin?
Gavin Green, Delaware County Coroner. I am moving next week through finance and through council, moving money from autopsies to our operating. I'm leaving $60,000 in there for projected autopsies. I can't predict anything, but there might be money that is unspent out of those autopsy funds by the end of the year, just to let you guys know. So I'm still gonna need it, I'm still gonna have autopsies the rest of the year,
Yeah.
but if it gets down to a nitty gritty number that you guys, I just want to let you know that there might be money still left over in my account that does go back to general
Yeah.
fund.
If we can't do it now, it doesn't help us,
Right.
but
I was just
I
letting you guys
appreciate
know.
the sentiment.
Okay.
And it'll help for next year for somebody.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Thank you. All right, who's got $60,252 for us? Do we want to take that 3175 out of insurance and take a risk there, or?
I do.
I'd agree to that.
I mean, he's coming back. He said he'll have final numbers
I
before.
was gonna say that, to Fred's point, I mean, we're going to know a number, I think, in the next 10 days or so. We can take it out now, but everything's tentative until final
29th.
adoption.
Huh?
What's the difference?
If we take, let's just hypothetically speaking here, if we take it, 60,252 minus 31,075, gets us down to 29,177.
Only the commissioners. Your math, it's just. based
Yeah,
on
it's just the
commissioners'
commissioners, yep. I looked, because the others were in reimbursable accounts, I looked at Fred's, it was like $750 difference.
Right.
County General only has a few health insurance lines. So anyone besides there's like 4 other funds that are reimbursable that have, was it 4 or 3 that are 5 total?
5 total.
One is the commissioners, one is communications, and the rest are all funds that are in reimbursable accounts. So you get, this is everybody, yeah.
I promise you guys that I'll get my things tomorrow the next day.
Come to the mic for us.
No.
You got the good news, maybe.
No, I don't know that I have any good news. If I promise you guys I'll get those figures from Apex, will you leave my insurance money alone?
By when? I mean, that's
Yeah,
what our
let's bargain.
challenge is.
Let's bargain here and see when I'm gonna have, because I can stay on them.
Because we need to meet before we adopt.
I know.
And
I
so,
just hate to see you
in
take
order-
my insurance money out, because if I need it, you're gonna have to give it back to me next year.
right, but at the same time,
Yeah, I know, I've sat here, I know what you are.
like, I get it.
I get it, yeah, I mean,
All right, I mean, look at a calendar, because I mean,
I mean, I don't know, I'm gonna stay on him to get those numbers. And they're good about doing that anyway, so. But I just hate to see you cut my insurance and then me have to come back.
And we could meet after our regular September meeting.
A lot of us I won't be here for it.
neither will Matt.
I'll be here.
Oh, you're, okay.
If Dan's not, then, well,
I mean, I can be Zoomed or
And yeah, and Ed's not here.
we can look at the date, but
I'd forgotten about the
AIC, yeah. I mean, do you think they're gonna know by the 20th? Next week?
I can almost, I'm gonna promise, but I'm gonna call them both on my way home tonight and tell them how important this.
I don't know, we still have 30 grand on top of that, so I mean, like,
We still gotta find that.
I wouldn't mind taking a breath and looking at this in totality and looking at some other ideas too.
Well,
I'm in favor of that. From the time we stepped in here till right now, a lot of numbers have changed.
yeah,
Well, is Rick Rick, you're here, right?
yeah, he's back there.
What did I do? I thought I heard somebody whisper in my ear that you thought you could find $36,000 for us out of your budget.
I heard you could find 60,000.
No, I'm serious.
But yeah,
Out of which budget?
I don't
Can
know.
you get us a 5% discount on those election machines?
I got you 3 years free interest.
No,
Where you gonna get that
the
at?
comment was made that if we got you the printers, that you would assure us that you would find that $36,000 out of your budget. And then
Yeah, I can-
and then
what-
Shannon was here, and we asked Shannon to pay for the printers.
I'd love for him to. I don't know what I can't, speak to his money. What I was saying on the printers was, and I was working numbers, just last night. I mean, the printers aren't new tech, they're new technology to us. They're not new technology that's just coming out. I can buy those printers out of some money that I'll have left over after the election. And then that takes completely out of next year's budget. Now, that also takes out of what I told you that I'd give you back, after the election. Because we still got, you guys, I don't think you can count it yet, but, I'm gonna be giving you back a bunch of money.
I don't think it's even in there
November.
anymore,
So we took it out already.
so that's on page 30, right?
See, just the
31.
election side of the clerk's office will give you back in probably $150,000, close to it. But you can't count it until if some buts, are like candy and nuts.
Yeah, that's election board, that's separate then from his clerk duty, so it's a separate budget, and I already had taken the 36 out on my records.
I hadn't taken it out of mine. Yeah, it's.
A lot of false hope around here.
Well, do you wanna meet,
I had one more
Yep.
small one.
Yep,
On
I like-
County council budget, page 48. Line 441,
41?
it's that emergency tech equipment computer, $4,000. We haven't spent this year. We gave it back for this year. I think we left it in for next year, but
Take it out?
I would take it out. We have so many computer maintenance lines and so many
Increasing.
budgets. And the council doesn't have any computers, so I'd suggest taking it out.
Okay, so from the 60,252 minus the 4,000, 56,252. Now, did we leave? We left 500 in schooling.
So we took that, did we?
We reduced it down to 500. Now, I think we can fall under the elected officials training account now. We wouldn't be budgeted for next year in there right now, but I think that it's updated this year, I think. I think that was one of, didn't we talk about this at our AIC, or county council's training?
Can't remember that.
That's why I was asking.
I think it was like,
High school needs a helper.
Okay.
This number 3 on the first page, or
What page?
first page.
Okay,
On
you
determination
don't
by
have
county
it.
fiscal body,
no, you don't have this here.
funding the fund to be used for training and travel of county council members provided under the, or by association of Indiana County.
It's if there's enough money to cover the other training of county elected officials and then individuals first elected to a county office under all of those. It's basically saying if there's excess.
So we might be able to cut that 500.
What about some of those other things you had listed in your thing, Bill?
Pardon?
Some of the other, items you sent out earlier in the week? They were mostly FICA perf, but there's soil and water. Right now we got it in for the full 50.
Wait, do we put it down to 25?
Oh, it is
Your copy.
25.
It was 25.
Oh, you were taking it out completely.
I was taking out completely, but I don't wanna do that, frankly.
I don't either.
And that was before we had the additional revenue, so there's some nickels and dimes in there, but
Yeah, okay. Just checking.
most of them we're probably gonna shoot ourselves in the foot, like the psychological testing and the juror fund, but they'll probably be back to ask for it, so.
Okay.
I don't see anything in there that I would see as compelling at this point.
Do we want to reduce that schooling? I mean, that's your copy, Bill, of the codes or whatever I just handed you. I don't know if you wanted that or not.
What's the grand total of health insurance across all of those departments, even though you're not reducing the ones that are refundable?
Of all health insurance?
Yeah, because their line item's in the 3 millions, but isn't the total something over 4?
Yeah. But almost all of them are in those reimbursable accounts.
Right, but
Yeah.
the way those are paid, I'm assuming all of that money just gets funneled into the one,
The 1420
and
account.
it's all getting funneled back to the same place, I'm assuming. It's just allocated separately for them because they get reimbursed. So you could, I mean, if you're, instead of reimbursing their line items, because you don't want to lose that, or instead of reducing their line items because you don't want to leave the reimbursement, you're still looking to account for that 1% reduction, you could still put that in the commissioner's line. Because if your health insurance cost is going down by 1% for all of your health insurance costs, you can just account for it all in the line of the commissioners so that you still maximize the reimbursement in those other lines.
Oh, I see.
I don't know what the difference is, it may be like 10 grand.
I can tell you.
They're all getting paid out of, I mean, if they're all getting paid in the same way anyway, it doesn't matter where the cut comes from, because it's all going to the same account.
The other balances are about 692, 692,000. So whatever, it's that,
6 grand.
7 grand, 6,900 bucks. I'd love to get us there, but. I mean, I'm open to letting Pam come back to us with a number. We start there and I'm perfectly fine to take a break and look at this thing fresh.
Yeah,
We also, there's this 4701, is that the fund,
that's why I think I wrote down 4701.
all the different departments pay into that fund, and that fund pays out
The insurance.
insurance and claims and so forth, is that the way it works?
But what fund is?
Maybe it'd be helpful to see.
Not on our- No, it's not on our spreadsheet. It's how they do it with the state. Tanya, so Bill had a question. So do all these departments who pay into health insurance, it all goes into that 4701 or whatever, and then it gets dispersed out?
The claims are paid out.
Okay.
Yeah, it like all goes in there, sits, waits until claims come through, and then as claims need paid, they get paid.
But Apex gets paid out of that as well, and
I just know it's medical, dental, vision. As far as paying Apex, I don't know if they're on a con. I don't know if she's in here.
is there,
I
what
don't
I'm
know.
thinking, is there a kind of an income statement for
There she
that,
is.
for that fund, for that 4701?
I'm sorry.
We have a question for you, Pam.
I wondered why you were all looking at me.
We're like, there she is.
Ed says they could get us.
As far as the Apex goes, I'm not positive on that. I don't know if they would be a contract or if that's included in that money.
That's the admin. they charge us an admin.
But that's paid out of that 4701 account.
You know what? I don't know what that's paid out of, because that goes straight down to the auditor's office.
It's gonna, we'll find that out. And
Okay.
I think that'd be helpful along with finding out what you just asked.
What the final number is gonna be coming back at, or what Apex is gonna be reporting, is that what you mean? Is that what it was?
Yeah,
Was that what I was gonna
exactly,
say?
yeah, exactly.
I found money.
Okay,
I made an error, but it's in our favor now.
Okay.
Now.
Hey, Paul, can you find some more?
Well, it's because those ones that I have that have their own FICA and perf, I had those in green. Well, I missed putting Yelcasa in green, and so I added it to my total for my FICA and perf in the commissioner's line.
Oh, okay.
So we can reduce that.
And the commissioners?
by those amounts.
All right, stand by.
yes. So we're back to 153, Department 153.
Okay, hold on.
Thank you. Page 42, thank you. Back to 42.
Here.
All right, FICA and perf.
Back there.
Let me see what I have my,
The assessor's office here, is it?
say 42.
Yes.
Brian wants to take us to 60K out of the operating balance.
Find it first, let's
I'm
try.
just trying to.
So the new, is everybody ready for?
No, where are we at? Sorry.
FICA and perf on the commissioner's budget.
Page 42. Oh, you're not on a page, yeah. Department 153 in general.
P171.
Line
Department
171.
153. Yeah.
Fund 153,
Yeah.
Got it.
department.
So the new FICA total would be 1,269,059.
Okay,
That went down, right?
Yes, because we adjusted it to.
126.
1,269,059.
And then per, gonna go down to 1,295,488.
Oh, this is super helpful.
Yeah, it totaled, the two together totaled $25,893.
800.
All right, so we can, from that,
11890.
that 56, 252, we can deduct 25,893. Here, 56, 252 minus. Gets us down to 30,359, and if we get that 1% decrease, boom, we're there. Just saying.
What was the final total on county commissioners?
Hang on, I haven't done it in my, computer yet.
We almost did it.
Sorry.
That's perfectly.
So happy right now.
Watch that again.
Yeah, I can.
There it is.
I did it again for you
You
too.
look at it, I had to look again. I
Brian's
said,
asking
"What?"
about, the assessor's office and the person who was up here about him telling James that if he could offset the difference out of his budget, we would consider it. She was his chief deputy who was left out last year.
We asked him, so- Do we, I don't think we have anyone from the assessor's office here right now.
Talking about that email that James sent,
Does everybody?
I didn't even understand that email.
looks like he was just moving monies around within what he had budgeted. He wasn't asking for an increase, he just was moving around similar to what Gavin did.
He had not budgeted for that one employee, and he was going to take that out of the Form 11 supplies line.
Oh, okay. So should we make these changes then?
Well, I would, yeah, have time to make the changes.
Oh yeah, we'll need to update our spreadsheets.
Doesn't affect, I suppose could affect his FICA and FERC.
It will.
Not by very much.
So the new total I have on commissioners.
Okay, hold
someone
on.
asked me that.
Hold on.
Oh, sorry.
Let me refresh. Okay, what do you got?
11, 682, 710.
Yep. You have James's email pulled up?
I do. Do you want me to like read it or?
Well, yeah, let's make sure we get Tanya and, it's page 20.
I have it here, and I was a little lost on this 2.2 longevity. I didn't know what he's talking about, and, on that, but as far as his total, I came up with a different total from what he was putting on here, so I was kind of in question, so.
Okay, so 211, he has $2,000 in office supplies. Question was asked about line item for supplies, 6,500, I don't see 60, oh, there it is. Form 11 supplies, I got it. Planned uses of this account are property, no, balance after adjustments, 2,654. So, see if I can follow this. So 6,500 minus 50 minus 25, 4,200, 325 minus 1,671 equals 2,654. He wants to reduce Form 11 to 2,654. Is that the way you read it, Tanya?
By 2006?
No, two,
Like
down
reduce it
from
down
60,
that much?
yeah.
Okay,
The total would be 2,654,
okay.
if I'm reading this right.
Okay, line 1, okay. Line,
So a decrease of 3,846.
Yes. And then he wants to put into her gross pay a 102 from
37,154.
to 38,825.
Thirty-eight.
Right. Mm-hmm. And then there would need to be a longevity or something.
So her 60% is built in, so that would give her additional $480. So I think he's saying base. The base
Base pay
amount
over.
would be 36,665. And she is one of the seasoned workers who have that 60% built in from way back that I tried to explain to you the other day.
Don't try again.
Okay. So she has an extra 480. Like if somebody else had that position, they would not have $480, but
It'd
she
be less, yeah.
Okay. So
$38,209.
the part I was confused on was the $10.56. I've never seen that before. I don't know what that is. I don't know what 2.2% longevity is.
So you think it should be 37,145? Because the longevity doesn't,
Well,
There's a question.
then the next line says gross pay 37,154.
And that's what this year's pay was.
Oh, okay. Plus 4.5% from previous year of 1,671. New salary 38,825.
increase is 1671.
$38,825. Do you come up with this?
He's, in the end, it's the difference between what he's taking out of office supplies.
But he reduced it by $3,846.
Yeah, I have them coming in with a lower request than 23 now.
So I mean, like if you added, okay, so I think what he's
From the
saying is
24
she
request?
currently gets
No, from 23.
37,154, and that includes the 480 and stuff. So okay, so all the stuff above, I think is like for current, like how it all breaks down. And then, so the gross pay is 37,154, which we show on the 2023 line. But then the difference between 38,825 and 37,154 is this 1,671, which he's saying is the increase that other people would have received last year or whatnot.
Yeah.
4.5%, I guess. However, I will point out that 38,209 was what the recorder and treasurer and.
I have 38,209 written here.
So I'm just letting you know what the others, cause kind of ended up a flat amount rather than a percentage amount. So anyways, but he's reducing from what I understand up at the, or from what Matt was telling me to write down, I guess.
What are these two-
3,846.
What are these?
Maybe
two-
you need to talk, just get with him.
Yeah,
I
what are
don't wanna
these two things where he says
interpret
add
it.
new line item? Property, record, annual.
I think he's
post-
saying that you could break down that Form 11 supply line by those number, you know what I mean? Like,
Yeah, I agree
break
with
it
Matt,
down.
yeah.
Oh, okay.
Like if
Like
we want
that.
to take Form 11 supplies and break it into
Two
three different line
things,
items.
yeah.
Or two different things, yeah. I'm still not quite following it,
I'm not
That's
either.
either, yeah.
so. So we just ignore that for now.
Like, we just
The
need
difference
the
is they're
amount
gonna,
to take
a
off
thousand,
of,
couple $1,000.
I don't have her number or James's number.
Oh, do we want to make it the same as the other chief deputies at 38,209?
I don't think all of them are the same rate.
They aren't? Okay.
I'm like you, I have 38,209.
Well, it depended on, you guys said it
Office
depended
size
on
and-
staff
yeah.
size. And so, the auditors is at 40.
How about I reply to everybody
But
and say,
I believe treasurer and porter are both at 38,209.
Take a look.
Because if my memory serves me right, you guys were gonna do a percentage. I just don't know if it ended up being a percentage. I feel like it ended up being like the.
I'm gonna
a flat
tell him to
amount,
get with you to clarify and spell it out,
like
because we're
where
not
we're
following.
taking it from and where
Well,
we're
the
taking it to.
treasurer, chief deputy treasurer is 36,445.
Is that to, look at your note below.
Yeah, you didn't
Oh,
have two
I'm
lines
sorry,
together.
38,209. Sorry. I see it. And then you said recorder. Page 11. 38,209.
mean, I can call the main line, what time is it? Oh, everybody's gone.
Yeah, they gone.
Never mind.
Yeah, Matt just sent an email
Lost
out.
track of time.
I just told him to get with you and we just
Okay.
have to
So it's
revisit that one.
okay, just as long as it all evens out.
Yeah.
And they just need to tell me the lines to take from and the lines
Yeah.
to put on. Okay, all right.
I'm gonna make a note in my
Down to 30,000.
30,359.
59.
So, and if the insurance goes down by 1%, that's 31,075, so that covers it.
I'm sorry, 31, what would you say? was?
30,359.
I got that. What would be the 1%?
31,075.
Would be like 37, won't it? Because that doesn't, the figure doesn't include all of the other.
We'll add 750 for Fred's. The other ones are those, yeah, we're just looking at that for the most part, so,
Just gives you a little wiggle room, even if it's not quite a percent.
yeah.
They still get you there.
All right, so we're gonna look for a reconvene on the
Yeah, I'm
calendar.
looking, is Pam still here? Do we think we might be ready by 3 PM on like Wednesday?
I put a text into him, he hasn't.
Okay, how's everyone look at like 3 PM on Wednesday?
I'll talk to him tomorrow. If he says there's no way, I'll call you.
Kind of a halfway point between now and adoption.
Fine with me and Becky.
Council, you good with 3 PM on Wednesday, the 20th?
I'm good.
Okay. I mean, if we have that number, I mean, we could possibly be good to go. It should be quick if we hope for 9. 9 is fine.
Time, Jessica, did you say?
3 PM.
Okay, honey.
Yep.
Okay, good God, Tanya.
Yeah. And then my. All right. Do you have any more questions, or are we feeling pretty good?
Better than we came in here.
I know, right? For sure. That's for sure. All right, well, with that, I will call for a recess, and we'll see you on Wednesday at 3 PM.
Down.
That's your copy.